brings anything good in our land. Ebata, in your village, you disguise yourself as just to see your father's compound and you run. Is that life? Is it life? So that you go to the city. Is that life? This is not life. You know the reason? Because there are many willing tools in our land, and our people don't understand how politics and governments work. They don't understand how all these things work. What matters to them is now get what you are going to eat. Do you remember when the Nigerian police vacated most of the roads in our land, in Biafra region? I think you understand what happened. The same police, the Nigerian government, they activated the criminality to the extent that our people started crying for police to fool everywhere again. It is intelligence work now. They know criminals. They activated them. The Nigerian police also participated directly, removing their uniforms and causing havoc everywhere. They can kill you because of ordinary small phone. So that nobody on say on no one police, nobody on say on no one roadblocks. We go show on no roadblock now. We go show on the reason why we dey here, that we are protecting you people. Do you see that? They unfolded criminality that time. And it is our own people that started to shout it. Hey, I beg, make the increase instead of this road block. Instead of us being killed, instead of us being robbed and killed every day by criminals. You don't know that this is what they want to achieve. Are you getting what I'm saying? This is it. Is intelligence work. Don't you see? Let me give you this example of what is going on. Do you see how Israel is hammering, acting, like they have gone basic, attacking different countries, which is against international law. Every time I say it here that law is meant for the weak. When you are weak, you obey the law. You become very peaceful. You obey the law. But it's not for the strong, because if the strong breaks the law, what are you going to do? Nothing. Israel bombarded Qatar. And warning. Qatar warning. They go to United Nations. They invoke, we are friends of America. I warning because they are weaker than Israel. That is it. That is it. There is no two ways about it. You saw when Israel attacked Iran also retaliated, unleashed their own. And they got even. They got tired and said, okay, let us stop. That is how things work. Do you see? I hope you understand the cause. The cause of the cause of this Israeli war with Hamas. October 7th, 2023? Yes. October 7th. And do you know, I think the case is still in the court, that the current president, Netanyahu, that he sponsored the formation of Hamas. What I'm telling you is how things work, how government works with intelligence. They sponsored the rise of Hamas. I hope you know that. Because they know that if they raise up extremists, they will do something that will give them the permission, the excuse to unleash what they are unleashing today. It's intelligence. Somebody that don't have enough IQ will not understand this. You will not understand. That is why, that is what we coach our people to stop reading, stop seeing things as black and white. No. Netanyahu, Israeli government funded, I think they said, according to a report, they said even some millions of dollars we are given cash for the formation, the origin. Which year was that? Is it the 1990s or 2000s? I forgot. Because why? They know that, look, all these extremists, they will come out and start doing, once they are formed, now they will look down on the Fatah. Fatah, that is the normal Palestinian government, normal Palestinian government, that they are too slow. That they, all this, all the hangwangwa, you see, do you see it? So that is what Israel wants, and they will commit something that will give them the excuse in order to unleash, to destroy everything. It's intelligence job. Who formed Al Qaeda? Is it not America, the same America? Al Qaeda, who trained Osama bin Laden? The same America. The Mujahideen, the same America. They formed them. This is how government works. So when we tell our people that, look, what is happening in our land, the violent crimes, the criminality that is going on, forget about some people when they come on video, they say, we are fighting for Biafra. No, it's an intelligence job. It is it is a pamphlet written for them to read, in order to be targeted, to demonize IPOB and to rubbish Biafra struggle in the minds of our people, so that our people will reject Biafra struggle in its entirety. Is an intelligence job. That is that is how it is done. But many of our people are still falling for this simple, very simple move that has been exposed. Some of our people are still falling for it. Very sad indeed. Very, very sad. So, what am I trying to say? The attack on IPOB leadership. Forget that some people, when they say, no, I'm not attacking the entirety of DOS. I am attacking this, some part of it. But this, forget about it. They want you to join them. They want to create division, so that once they know that they have gotten this side, now they unleash what they have. I say, let me come back once again and ask you, why is this attack now that the Ekperima is no more there? Because there is no more frontliner. Before, during the time of Ekperima, all of them are hiding on him, pushing. Maxwell Okpara, he cannot deny that they don't have contact with it. They know, he knows that they know, because he's a Nigerian agent. All these things he's doing. Look at a barrister, an attorney, revealing his strategy, which in a very sensitive case like that of Mazi Nnamdi, he opened his big mouth. He said, what are you going to do on what we are going to do on 10th of October? We as the attorney, I have decided that, look, if they didn't release you that day, I will tell you, I told the Onion to say, Guy, they will jail you, Guy. Call him Guy. Under the ethics of good attorney, be frank to yourself as you are listening to me. Do you think that releasing of a strategy in an ongoing case like this is appropriate? Do you think so? No. Tell me now. Do you think so? Normally, when it comes to what you are going to do on 10th, for example, even if somebody asks you the question, you say, "Don't worry, we have already mapped out our strategy, so that is it. I cannot comment on that." Finish. But he opened his mouth because he is obsessed with attacking US to destroy IPOB. He said the contract is there. Make sure that you disparage the leadership of IPOB so that and clog Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with different lies and everything, so that you tell him that this is the only way for you to come out. Are you getting what I'm saying? Uche, I'm asking. So when you see the attack, look at, I say, look at an attorney opening his mouth. Where have you seen it? Opening his mouth to tell the whole world the strategy that he will engage in. Which means he have opened the Nigerian government. They have had this. They know. Although he is an agent of Nigerian government. So what am I saying? What he did is against the lawyer's ethics, revealing his strategy in a very high-profile ongoing case. Which means that day, Nigerian government will not release him, and they have already know what he will do. That he will abandon the case. They will be there. They will be there. He revealed his strategy. He has a track record of compromising genuine freedom fighters, turning them, into agents of Nigeria, into ceremonial freedom fighters. That is how Maxwell Okpara. These are the people that surround Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And you think that we will not talk? That IPOB, people have died. Somebody will come in order to use one thing or the other to smear to try to destabilize IPOB, and you think we'll be giving you flowers. We'll be spraying you with flowers. Say, God, we love you. No, it cannot happen. No, I said no. No, it cannot happen. It is POB is a no-go. You see this thing, that many of the struggle that many of us have died, many have put their efforts, many people divorced, men and women, families, wiped out. Many of us put more than a decade of our lives in, and you think that we will, because of emotion, that we will allow it to be rubbished? No, 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 no. So that is for your information. It doesn't matter who you are. IPOB remains sacrosanct. Are you getting what I'm saying? IPOB remains sacrosanct for us. So the question I want you to go, the takeaway today is, I want you to reason. Go have a deep reasoning. Why is it that Ekperima was attacking the DOS?
the Barcelonian people, the Catalonian people. It also comes at this wonderful program. So one of the reasons is for you to feel motivated as a Biafran freedom. There are some people in some other part of the world who have the same challenge. And example of such people seeking independence. I have gone through the city of Barcelona. I've gone through the city, and I've seen the level of infrastructure here compared to what we have. Despite the autonomous, they have autonomous Indian autonomous, but they continue to demand for a tool. And this is the reason give to anybody. Because that they will pay demand for this freedom, total freedom, and so that they will be able to control their destiny. So I would like also look at the Mama trial. Looking at the Mama trial, let me show you around. You see the flag, very how serious and how committed they are in their struggle. So that is why we make it a live transmission so that you can understand how resilient it is for them. And to a very large extent, it is something personal for them, just like it is also personal for us as Biafra people, because getting your freedom, being able to control your destiny is the best thing that can happen to you. So the road is filled up. Even to we were talking about miles and miles and miles and miles away from there. But we're going to try as much as possible to see how we can cover the event. Behind is our own masquerade, the Biafran. You follow me. Let me show you, so you can see what IPOB is also doing. IPOB participation, we are bringing our culture, we are bringing the Igbo culture with us to also show to the world what our culture represents. And it is exciting for them to see the Biafran culture in display today. So let us see how our masquerade is performing with a very high energy. Energy that is exceptional. Here we are today. The performance is huge. Everybody is excited. People are happy. It's not just all about the happiness. It's not all about. It's not all about.
Come back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name is Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct I had a technical issue which I tried to battle out, and it is okay. And we must continue. So, as I was saying, because I want to read, I think, 3 news headlines before I open the lines. There are this evening broadcast. I want you to have a takeaway. Go and ponder. Go and think about it. Why is it that IPOB underwent different types of attacks? And the last attack before this one was from autopilot, Ekberima. And he attacked the DOS. He attacked different individuals, even in the DOS. Now he is out. He is knocked out. Okay. And all of a sudden, the same attack that was going on during the time of Ekberima, by Ekberima, resurfaced even in a more brutal way by some other people, including Maxwell Okpara. Don't you think that is where I say this is a takeaway for you? Go take this word, reason, go and reason deep. Don't do anything, don't use emotion, please. There are some people that will always come to tell you, paint to you that they love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu more than anything. Oh, hey, well, but they have ulterior motive. Do you remember? What is the name of the lady again? It's not a Yibo. The one that the eloquent speaker. The one that his nude picture was released by Ekberima. Do you remember her? When he spoke every time the first time, Elohim told her, that even after he said the DOS must be destroyed. Why? Ask yourself, among the takeaways, ask yourself, why is it that all the attacks are heading to the DOS? You need to reason. Here we force Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say, here on Radio Biafra, we force you to reason with that your head, that your brain, that it is not your brain is not a jara. Go and reason. Are you getting what I'm saying? Go and reason. That your brain, it is not a jara. It is there meant to do a very critical job of reasoning. Any of this attack, they first of all, heap it on DOS. The leadership of this struggle, they know that it is the head. Now, some people have come out now. What they are now trying to say, no, we are not attacking DOS in totality. We are attacking some people in the DOS. We are attacking this person in the DOS. It is the same thing. They are trying to fine-tune something so that they achieve something. It's the same thing right from 2021. The women, they started attacking the DOS because they knew that the DOS, once the leadership of this struggle crumbles, finish. The IPOB will be splintered into different minute, irrelevant groups. That is what they want. And that is, they never stopped it today because the people, it is the Nigerian government that is orchestrating this. Remember, let it be at the back of your mind that they vowed to destroy IPOB. They told the Onyendu that, look, we are going to destroy IPOB. You will see it. And it is what they are trying to achieve. Are you going to accept that? You need to double your effort. That is the only thing. That is the only solution. And it's not mouth, no. But that is the only solution is double your effort. And understand that this is their plan. It has been their plan for kidnapping renditioning Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And not to they didn't kill him. They didn't kill him. They could have killed him in Kenya, but they didn't, because their plan is, if we are able to destroy IPOB, finish. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be rendered impotent. He will go and stay. He will have his own splinter group of so-called IPOB, just like Masob. Don't you see? Owazirike, is he still not the leader of Masob today? He is. Are there not people that are with him? There are people that are with him, but many people run away from Masob when they understood. That's why you see somebody we call, he say, I was a Masob member, but when I saw Wazirike compromise, I run away. I decamped Masob, and people died for Masob for nothing. Only for Wazirike to become a ceremonial freedom fighter, which you are seeing today. That is exactly the same thing they are trying to do to IPOB. And remember, let me tell you, Pump and Plain, people like Maxwell Okpara is one of the agents that I am saying it without fear or favor. That he is one of the people, one of the agents that are being used in order to achieve the Nigerian goal, so that our leader will be released at their own condition, at the Nigerian condition. Are you getting what I'm saying? So that Mazi Biafra in a way, like Wazirike, from time to time, only. It becomes his profession, and then you see now through different ways, which you will not know, and there will be clique around him that will be also gaining. And now or they can or teach them before can that ndị nwere anya ga-amata that ndị nwere uche ga-amata na ike adịghịzi ozi ya na-eme. That is, they want to render IPOB impotent, or Mazi Nnamdi Kanu impotent, by destroying IPOB. That is why you see the same pattern of attack right from the first day of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's rendition till today. After this wave, Omadaka came. From them, Ekperima rose up. The same attack, the same pattern. Attack the leadership. Attack the leadership. Ekperima has gone. Other ones come up. Attack the leadership. Attack the leadership. Come on. Don't you? Oh, we are here. Oh, we are here. Fearless evangelists say we are here. I am not quite here. We are watchmen. We are watching. And it is our job to tell you how it is. That without emotion, without fear or favor, to tell it to say to you how it is. It is for you now to process the information, think deep, and come up with advise yourself. That is the thing. Any person you are seeing that is attacking the DOS, anybody, it doesn't matter who he is, know that he is under a mission. Either whether voluntarily or involuntarily. You know, you can be, I have said this several times, you can be working for our enemies without you even knowing it. It's not everybody they contact. They can give you support without you knowing that the people that are supporting you is our enemies. You don't know. It's intelligence. Once they see even any broadcaster on social media that is doing the job they want, they will not contact him to offset him. They will not. Instead, they will call they know the people, the group they call, say, go and support this guy. They're encouraging him. It is it is a way of fight. It is a way. They'll go push people to go and encourage him. Write on his comment section. Write on, we love you. We are with you, whatever you are doing. Look at, yes, the DOS, they are Nigerian agents. Encourage him. In that case, the person might not know that he's being encouraged. When he looks out at his view, he will see many people. Hey, he will be encouraged. Tomorrow, because when you broadcast on social media, on TikTok, on Facebook, and you see only 2, 3 people. You do it 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month. You'll be discouraged. You know that nah, this thing. But when you look at your comment section, you see, nah, write down. Nah, watching we love you. Write down. The DOS, they are Nigerian agents. Oh, this DOS, my foot. You see all these things, you know, encourages you, gives you more power. That is the thing. If you have wisdom, you know that there are many people, because you know how many millions of people that are available to be used to come to support you as you are doing their bidding. There are others that are also being called secretly by somebody, a representative of a representative of a representative of a Nigerian agent. Let me put it like that. So you will tell, the person that called me, that used to talk to me, I know him very well. He's Mazi, so. He's a Wachinek. You don't know that he is a representative of a representative of a representative of a representative of a Nigerian agent. Don't you see it during the experiment time? During fundraising, money they pour in now like water, and you ask, where are these people? I say even Fulani people used to give through their agents. They come and donate because they want him to, to encourage him that we are behind. People are behind you. Be making the money. Don't worry. Do you think money is anything to Nigeria? Money is nothing to them. When it comes to this, trying to destroy IPOB, they are ready to. A country that has spent more than $1 billion to destroy IPOB, and they will see all these small ticks and lies, that are trying to attack the leadership of IPOB. They support them. Sometimes they will use their third, fourth agent to call you, say, nah, you are saying the right thing. No, nah, I never know. Look, they will tell you one fake story. Say, okay, if you want support, don't worry. Don't worry. I dare, no problem. Continue. Nothing mega. And you get encouragement. But they are heading somewhere. Therefore, right from 2021, the rendition of Mazi Nnamdi, the same pattern of attack has been going on against the DOS, against the leadership of this struggle. Ask yourself why. To the extent, even the agent that called himself an attorney representing Mazi Nnamdi came and disparaged the DOS. He said, DOS, my foot. Without him knowing that Mazi Nnamdi he is representing, he's a member of the DOS. Just think about it. Let me go to read just 3 news headlines. I think 2 or 3. Let me read before I open the lines, please. Now, it says there is a news headline, September 10th. It was yesterday's news headline. It says, Nigeria, Gaza, Somalia among top 5 places with worst child rights abuse. UN, United Nations. That is it. Where Nigeria always carry first is bad thing. Look at the people they graded Nigeria with. Nigeria, Gaza, Somalia. Gaza, you see that Gaza is in disarray, being bombarded every day. There is no law that is restricting. No, there is no law that is restricting Israel. No, because they are the law. America is there with it. The law is there. That is why you see this world, anyway, this world, any person that is telling you about justice is a liar. It depends on justice is about who is, you are you on the right, are you in the which side you belong before justice could be dispensed. So Nigeria is among the top 5 places with worst child rights abuse. Is the United Nations report. Are you getting it? Nigeria, Gaza, and Somalia. Gaza is in a very destructive war. against them. Somalia, look at people. These are countries that are being rated with Nigeria. Uh, as a Nigerian, are you not ashamed with all this type of rating? Aren't you ashamed of yourself as a Nigerian? If you are not, we are. That is why we are doing what we are doing. Are you getting me? Okay. Now, the second news headline which I want to read is, it says gunmen kill 3 police officers during attack on Kogi checkpoint. It was also yesterday's news headline. Gunmen kill 3 police officers during attack on Kogi checkpoint. Now, the question I am asking, and I want Nigerians to ask, is this. You know, like what we raise up on Sunday during our Express outing, the media hyping. If this type of thing happened in any part of Biafra region, all hell would have broken loose in the Nigerian news media. They will analyze this for 1 month. And do you know that Nigeria will send to Kanu jet? They will send armored columns of armored vehicles, military, to go and invade that village where this thing happened. Kill people, any person, any youth, any male they see, they will kill. Some they kidnap them to go and harvest their organs. And they will burn down houses in that village. But did it happen in Kogi? The answer is no. Do you see where they hype on it? For people that are always say, no, insecurity. Yes, we know insecurity is in our land. But do you see where the Nigerian military sent? Did they go on Operation Python dance or snake play or snake dance? Do you see them? Or crocodile tears in Kogi? The answer is no. Because it didn't happen to where they hated the place. You know, did they now, who carried out this? Did they pin it to IPOB or ESN? The answer is no, because they know that that side, ESN don't operate there. But had it been in any Biafra region, they would have pinned it directly to ESN. It's under 1 hour, they have pinned it. You know, they take time now. They have concluded. They know how to do things. They know. Because give a dog a bad name in order to kill him. Are you getting what I'm saying? This thing happened in Kogi. Can you know these are things also media, not only IPOB media, but even any Igbo media group should be raising, say, all these attacks that are going on, even in Kogi like this one, how many police officers, Nigerian police killed? Where are the Nigerian military that are burning houses in over there? Where? No way. That is why Amnesty International told Nigeria that Nigerian authorities must end its usual reducing or attributing of every attack in Biafra region to IPOB ESN and rather undertake a broader and holistic view of the conflict, which has dimensions of criminal gangs, cult groups, and lawless state-backed paramilitary outfits or vigilante, to ensure prompt justice for all victims. Are you getting it? Now, let me ask again. Maybe people don't hear. Or let me ask again. There is a breaking news of yesterday. On yesterday's news, he said gunmen killed 3 police officers during attack on Kogi checkpoint. That is police checkpoint. 3 police officers were killed on Wednesday morning after gunmen launched an attack on a security checkpoint in Egbe, Yagba West local government area of Kogi State. I ask, after this attack, do you see how by the Nigerian, not in Biafra region. They cannot say it is ESM or IPOB. No, it will not match. Now you ask, why is it so? Why is it that if similar thing happened in a village or in a place in Biafra region, they will come and give collective punishment to the village, to the community where this thing happened. They will burn down houses as they are doing in Okigwe and other places. They have done many places in our land, the Nigerian military. Don't you reason that is part of the agenda? And it's part of what we are saying. They will send their people to go and commit all these crimes in order to give the Nigerian military the excuse to come and effect the highest form of brutality against innocent people. So, because the Nigerian state love to see us, Biafrans or Igbos, crying, lamenting. Oh, they are burning my house. Oh, they have killed me. They burned my mother alive for inside our house. So we don't know what is happening. Oh, they love it. The caliphate loves it very well. They love when we wail, when we are wailing, lamenting. They love our lamentation. And Ruben Abati will come out to on is it Channels Television or Arise Television in order to analyze that what is happening to them is they are causing it. Why should you attack Nigerian police checkpoint? Why should now in Kogi, how many houses are being bombed by Nigeria military? None. That way check here for people, even Igbo people that are supporting Nigerian actions. Be checking. These are things you'll be checking. You should be analyzing and understand that there is something that is going on. Are you getting it? Not only talking for talking's sake. No. If something like this happen in any part of Biafra region, all hell will break loose. The Nigerian military will be unleashed in bulldoze, burn houses. Sometimes they put people, they come surrender a house. People are inside, they put it on fire. Houses will burn with the people inside. These are the heinous crimes they are committing in the Nigerian state. And all these heinous crimes, you will still see some Igbo people supporting them. You supporting them because these are people that are self-destructive. They are wickedly self-destructive. Self-destructive wickedness. That is the thing. Now, let me read the last news headline. It was on the 9th, the news headline of the 9th, that was day before yesterday. On the 9th of September 2025, it says, Nigerian police orders nationwide deployment for 2025 Anambra governorship election. So, you see elections that are being conducted in every part of the world, and you will not even know that there is election going on. Governorship election in Anambra is now a war. Elections in Nigeria is a war. It's because winner takes it all and winner takes it all and the loser loses it all. Winner wins all. It takes everything all. That is the mentality, and that is why it is a war. That is why you see what this thing they call democracy. Democracy being in Nigeria is a farce. Are you getting what I'm saying? It is a farce. I've been saying it and I continue saying it. It is a cycle upon cycle upon cycle of deception being instituted by the West to continue their neo-colonialism. That's it. Do you know how much Nigeria spends on electioneering? Do you know how much? It is far, far more than developmental projects. Do you know why these politicians loot to sponsor elections? They loot the country dry. All of them have have you know sufficient amount of money in order to buy people, in order to influence, buy criminals. That is why they are looting for election, for electioneering, for politics. Or do you know that if you remove elections in Nigeria, you have solved the problem, a very big problem? Because all those look at it, we are in 2025, but the presidential election of 2027 is already being discussed every day. There is nothing again that is going on other than electioneering. 2027. How Rufai, that midget, we go everywhere now. 2 years. When will there be governance? When is governance taking place? They use 2 years to blame the past regime of the present woes, that there is no money. Now, the remaining 2 years, they use it now to politic, to electioneer. That is the thing. So, what time do they have for development in the country? What time do they have to give good governance? None. That's why I say we are in a mess. What to do is for us to get out of Nigeria. That is, and we will continue discussing it, even in our X space, because there is no other solution. You see, division, separation of Nigeria is a very good thing, not only for Biafrans, but for everybody. I am telling you, the best thing that could happen to Nigerians, everybody, is separation. Now, people are what is this guy? That the best thing for everybody is separation of Nigeria, so that people can hold their government accountable. Because as it is, who will you hold accountable for your woes? No. Which politician you will hold accountable? They are very far now. Look at Ekweremadu. Ekweremadu, which we call, oh, he's an Igbo man, he's our brother. Because they are telling us, oh, no, don't stop shouting. Hold your politicians accountable. In Germany, we just ask him question by telling him, go back, don't come to Iriji in Germany. Why do you come? Whereas they are killing our people. Our people, we ask him just little question. Do you see how Nigeria is a killer? Now it's no more our brother. It's no more representing us. Now the caliphate took it now as he is a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Once he is that, now it is far. They put him far from us. Do you see how Nigeria is killing everybody? You can't hold anybody responsible because none is near you. Nobody is near, no politician is near us. If you say, okay, let me leave Nigeria, let me leave the president, let me leave the federal government, okay, let us hold our governor responsible for our woes. Now, it will no more be your governor, it will be a governor of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They will unleash mayhem. They will send the Fulani, Hausa, Northern, even people from Niger that are inside the Nigerian army that don't here come to come and level everybody. Do you see that? Because they are not your brothers. They don't have any feeling for you. These are people that even wish that they will be allowed to exterminate everybody. So Nigeria is very far. But when Nigeria is separated into the nations that it should be, you see, there is no way, if we are in Biafra land, for example, our president or prime minister, anything the head is from Biafra land. We know ourselves. We must hold him accountable. Hold our provincial heads accountable. Do you see? Because now we are one people. Now we have one ideology. We have one values, common value. Don't you see what is happening in Nepal? I put it on my timeline. I said it that why Nepal, the Nepalese youths, the Gen Zs, the youths, why are they able to push out and hold their politicians accountable? Some of their politicians, they kill them. You watch the videos, it's everywhere on the social media. Do you know the reason? Because they are one people. And they are one of the politicians are one of them. They are not from they have same value system. So they see themselves as one people. You cannot achieve. Look at Third Nigerian Revolution in 2020. It is unachievable in Nigeria. We have so people are protesting for against SARS. The northern youth, they are protesting in favor, they are rallying in favor of SARS, protesting against the protesters in the south. Now Yoruba, they say, okay, this is my Igbo agenda. Do you see the via divided, so they cannot achieve a common goal. But once we are separated, now Yoruba people will hold their Oduduwa will hold, be able to hold their politicians accountable. It will no more be, oh, these are senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. No. The North can also hold their own accountable, direct, without no interference. We Biafrans, we can now hold our politicians responsible. Do you see the reason? Do you see it? Do you see why we are doing what we are doing? It is for everybody's goodness. In Nepal, you see how the military is pursuing, removing the politicians, helping them to safe places. Otherwise, some of them are lynched to death. Don't you see that? Because the people are the same. The population are the same. They have a common value. They have common ideology. So there is nothing a politician can come to separate them. Say, no, these people are from this tribe or this people. No. They are one people. In Nigeria, you can never achieve what the Nepalese achieved. It is inachievable. Are you getting me? It is inachievable. So, what we are saying is this: is fighting for is for the good of everybody. Look at how, do you know how much deployment of thousands, if not tens of thousands of police for ordinary Anambra gubernatorial election? Do you know how much it's going to cost Nigeria? Do you know how much? Do you know how much? It will disrupt business. Whereas, wherever you are listening to me, outside Nigeria, they do elections and you don't even know that they are doing election. Everybody is going his own, even if it's a presidential or prime ministerial presidential. People are going their normal businesses. Nobody, you go and cast your vote and go your normal business. But in Nigeria, it's a war. It's a war. That is why this guy, Chukuma Soludo Wambaf, he is trying everything in order to have the control. He doesn't care killing his own people, sacrificing our own people. But we must continue. So please, we must always be reasonable in what we are doing. We must always be reasonable in what is going on. It needs critical thinking. Once again, before I open my lines, or before I go into few minutes break, I ask you that is hearing me, as an IPOB member, or even if you are not an IPOB member, ask yourself, but as a Biafran, ask yourself, why is it that immediately the rendition Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they start attacking IPOB by attacking the leadership of IPOB? The same pattern. The same pattern. The Umada, they did their own. It didn't work. Ekperima rose up, attacked DOS, the leadership of this struggle. They didn't. He way. I mean, he met his Waterloo, and today same the same type of attack by the same type of attack by other people, including Maxwell Okpara. The same thing. DOS. He said, DOS my foot. He attacked DOS in everything. And you see some others that are attacking the DOS, attacking. It doesn't matter how they mask. Oh, no, we are attacking one person. No, we are attacking these people, not the other people. They are attacking. Don't you ask yourself why? There is an agenda there. They want IPOB destroyed. They want IPOB destroyed. It's part of the agenda. All hang on the knee against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, so that they will go and tell him, hey, yeah, this thing is destroyed. Okay. Do you now want to get out on our own condition, or you want to stay here and die? Or what do you want? So that they can do yeye with him. Not you say IPOB is indestructible. Look at it. Are you going to allow it? This is where I'm going to stop. I will go into a few minutes break, so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people can start calling in. Please do not go away. I'll be right back.
Press release, 10th September 2025. BBC and Google must stop their dangerous collaboration to pervert justice against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The attention of the global family of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, under the command of our great leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has been drawn once again to the coordinated media war being waged by BBC and Google against IPOB and our leader. The latest episode is their shameless decision to prominently showcase and associate the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with the alleged forged death certificate of Ahmed Gulak. This false and malicious linkage is not only wicked, but calculated to demonize IPOB before the Nigerian and international public. It is a matter of public record that Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State himself openly declared that IPOB had nothing to do with the killing of Ahmed Gulak. He described the incident as purely politically motivated. This statement came from the highest political authority in Imo State, the theater of the event. Yet, the BBC and Google have deliberately ignored this authoritative clarification. Our position: IPOB had no hand in the unfortunate death of Ahmed Gulak. Any attempt to link IPOB or Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to that incident is a criminal fabrication. By repeatedly pushing this false narrative, the BBC and Google have aligned themselves with the oppressive Nigerian regime that thrives on lies and persecution. These platforms are knowingly endangering the life of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who remains in illegal detention, and deliberately conditioning public opinion ahead of judicial rulings. Questions that must be asked. We ask openly, what do BBC and Google hope to gain by consistently manipulating the narrative to favor tyranny and injustice? Is it to shield the real perpetrators of Gulak's death from scrutiny? Is it to provide cover for the Nigerian government's political persecution of IPOB? Or is it to entrench a system where the voices of indigenous people demanding freedom are forever silenced? Our demand: we call on the BBC, Google, and their local collaborators to immediately desist from these false, defamatory, and dangerous publications. The world must hold them accountable if their propaganda contributes to further rights abuses or violence against Biafrans. the indigenous people of Biafra remains a peaceful, lawful self-determination movement recognized internationally. Our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, must not be sacrificed on the altar of cheap propaganda, and foreign-backed conspiracy. Comrade Emma, powerful spokesperson, media and publicity, secretary for IPOB. Turned to video by Nelson Don Prince Official.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name still remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra, and we are here live at direct. Today is the 11th day of September 2025. Tata Bobo Chiorie. Therefore, our lines are now opened. Therefore, you can call us as usual on our WhatsApp and Signal lines +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I repeat again, +61 405 142 547. I have a first caller on signal. Caller on signal, please give us your name and where you're calling from, if you may. Can you hear me, caller on signal?
I can hear you, Jonathan.
There were Mazi.
Yeah, guys, the Biafrans and lovers of Mazi Bona. And they want to be Biafran. And he's a leader we know and we trust. The beat. That being said, Mazi and even from Ambu is that the matter because he still said us to.
Is I don't know, sounding somehow. Are you using any Bluetooth? Please, you remove it.
Can you hear me now, Matt?
Yes, it's better. It's better off now. It's better.
Okay, like what I was saying, the history is there for everybody to know that they never fight us alone. They can never even do it left with them. But we know the people who are championing this war against us. So Nigeria should not come because even Nigeria that cannot defeat what we call mosquito as an impediment on them, they can't defeat it. Now be about what they will do or what they will not do or give our leader challenge. No. We are here because the time is now for us to restore our nation. Mazi, I will speak to a few things you just mentioned. First, the issue of the attack, continuous attack, malicious attack on the leadership. Even when it's glaring to everybody that the leadership is on the right track and doing what is expected in a movement like this. Today, as we are speaking now, they are still in Catalonia, the leadership and the members, representing IPOB and flying the flag high and also making those international diplomatic engagements, which is what we accepted, which is what our leader gave us as a baton, self-determination. Our leader never gave us gun or anything to go and shoot. No, he gave us voice. And that voice is why we are here speaking on Radio Biafra. You understand? So, when you are that now those attacks coming to us is unexpected. No, because there are so many baggages that we are there. Because our leader came out as a figure. Now, he was calling everybody. People are coming, good intentions, bad intentions. I hope we're going to be able from day one that came without good intention. With other intentions. So all layers. So only in Kiarukura he begin to show. But one thing is that now He asked soldier come, soldier go, barrack remain. Where is the barrack, IPOB, the leadership? So my happiness in we should give kudos to Chukwu Abiyama and the kind of people our leader choose in the helm of affairs. Let us put this into our mind that had it mean that this rotten character, this failure in understanding what we have or what is at stake. Now, this thing stems from the leadership at this point in time. Would we even be talking about in Biafra struggle or no? So imagine all this funny character now from some lower cadre and some people who are just hanging around IPOB because there are so many baggages that at least they need to drop. And if this is happening, it's a kudos. It's about time of redefining. If we have to redefine ourselves to get the best out of ourselves, that is what we need as a people so that we can even begin to compete with international community. Because our journey is still up there. We've not gotten to the ladder yet. We are still climbing. So we need character that can be vouched for. Ọwụgwụ ndị nwere dubious character nwechara akparamagwa ọjọọ Igbos na mma anyị chedere anyị bikwere na mba here is where we are living. Our people dị mma but ha chi dị arụ ala they might serve you for 10 years were 15 years mee ga arụ so all the like that. So if they are coming now to attack the leadership and we give those to the leadership for standing strong all Chineke mere anyị ya we can't do it. God did it for us. That's why they are upright people leading us. So as far as they are intact, our leader is intact, IPOB is intact. And IPOB, our leader made all these things clear and openly for everybody to know. He never hide anything. Yeah, So we live by those principles and we maintain them. So anybody following a law that disregard, I will come out and tell you that Neama going up for DOS. Neama going up for DOS my food. He's beginning to tell us how he rescued failures, He can't, and it's too any shoe go, Even there are some, if all of on Biafra, because if there is accountability, there are statements people shouldn't be making. You're coming to open to tell us that no, was really all those things, which Ramasov, you are the one that made him to compromise. That's what it means. Your hand was there to make it to compromise. Many people do that. But you don't know that no veranda for that time, the Ginishi, you are a first person. So these are people. Look at Mazi connect what the dots. Biafra need to connect because if you watch, even the DSS, something Ajayi now that is there, he was also instrumental in the ending Owaziri case. So Barrister Maxwell is here as IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu counsel. The DSS is also there. And these same people work together according to Maxwell. If he say he rescued Owaziri, that means he worked together with the DSS. He passed through DSS because he was also detained in DSS there. So let them not think that they can think for us or Nigeria can wear sheet scarf and give to us to follow. No. Our leader told them that they can do whatever they will do. They can never destroy this struggle. Why? Because he knows that he has built the institution. He didn't build himself. He didn't build the world around himself. So just with or without him, he had a name. So Nigeria know this. They must try. If they don't try, that means they are not recorded. But now they are trying and they are still failing and they will continue to fail. Mazi, we must say kudos to the leadership and we move on so down until the last day, which is the restoration of Biafra. Leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Let me leave it here for others to speak.
There were Mazi. Thank you very much. What's up? Mazi, you go, please. Not you, please. I'll come to you. This one was there before.
Mazi. Mazi John Cruz lefu. It's in Canada now.
There were.
Yearly today. If I think that's Chineke Kozegi. Last time, Mazi Chinasa room program. I'm from court that day. More with the last caller that day. Oh, and him too. I do Maji to Biafrans. See, only that point them act one single thing that the leadership women against trouble. That was the question I asked. Until today, I've been asking it. These men have checked their history and all their programs. They have never gone against the struggle or against our leader. So last time, and this message I put today, because yesterday, Chukwugo said that the clip he played yesterday, our law, that interview, when they gave that interview, that interview is too deep. When they plan it then on Facebook, and now Barista Maswell, super Barista Maswell, the first day, Nagega war, they disclosing your strategy. Mother Nagega in a like I'm in the video, but I've not listened to it. All kind of to now, you are not going to a football player team Nagega, their coach Abajoa, he was combined with that place. You don't disclose your strategy. And you don't disclose your tactics. But Maswell Brana say, US, my friend, that first mission, not okay. All the masses area or secretly. Maybe Otuha when a DSS don't job. Then Maza boy secretly for him to go to Europe to go and meet some people. They put on an airport. They are where say in a diplomatic so Ega Charlotta the DSS Aquaraka. So I do remember the hardcore because like these people are evil. Oh, in a put to the like you want to say, I didn't notice him equal today. When you bring one and two together, yeah, what would you put that? See, if we can bring everything together, I got mad at these people. If there are not why if what was it, you get it. If what put Asari Dokubo, you get it. Then, in that, we were not linked to our leader. So, we have Biafrans and IPOB, every IPOB hardcore members. Listen, I am with a two parties to sign on our fight. We are fighting to liberate our leader, and we are fighting to uphold our struggle. Only one clip in the play is how that one man, in the play, clip. One with the issue of Boko Haram and Niger Delta. Only put the here. I'm not going to get a man. Kinetic issue of kinetic. The government yeah, in a play, that missing. Him let's all IPOB members, man. These people didn't go against our leader. Only they went against the movement. Because the IPOB is only the thing they had afraid. If they can start it, here we with only freedom of our leader, we want our leader to come out, but only ordinary freedom guys will come. He will come out with his head high. That is why they want to infiltrate us. They want to bring they want to bring down the movement. So all the whole leadership, but the whole leadership now, Mazi Chinasa, then I know him today. Because I don't know. Thank God that whole Aja, the chap, I hope to swallow the chap now. We are able, our destination is Biafra, or when also. And this IPOB, we must hold it daily. Or nothing will make IPOB to go down. This message you play today, Mazi, because I'm my rogue. I don't care any stage. Let this teaching be going on to our people, because man, no matter like this with this struggle, I'm not the line only the line. I'm looking at the structure, Mazi now the Kanu set up. It's just like when the issue of autopilot that call up that seat at all. In my house, every month, because I'm from Biafra land there, every month, why will this kind of thing happen? Immediately now, you put him up for that. I say, in fact, I do autopilot. Man say, yes, so I say, no, this is not what our leader told us. Our leader told us that this is a one that any hotel, that it will not work, that this is a one military, obey your command. That was why I retraced myself, maybe to know attack Equidima. They didn't know they maybe to know where attack. And they have come again with another strategy. Then I say, whatever one you do says good. Nobody is fighting against it. Anybody, but we are or whatever in the absence of Mazi and the Kanu, the people who are looking at is the leadership. If they scatter the leadership, the pillar, the IPBTOS with the structure, airport will be a pillar everywhere scatter. And they will not go and tell Mazi and the Kanu, your people are all asala. On when to go to hear the IPOB. Somebody be on Facebook now I say now one thing on this struggle I'm water say now Barista Mansion Europe now it's also Europe program or you gave me the same IPOB now Maso Mare Tronia Onya of Ndama when the Mason now they can be boasted that when America rise that had the Nigerian government they say they are missing in America Hagako as America. Now they know that the heart of this struggle is in Europe now. They want to bring, or who today came to send to one. Fanboy Agala Europe. Alaji meeting some people. Now that pollute to their minds for them to bring confusion. But let me tell them, Nigerian government you don't get one thing. Nothing will bring that IPOB. Also, we are not going anywhere because we have used our blood to sacrifice. Man, so they can hear me now. I was the last time. My boy, Ababuria, this struggle. On office, also the volunteers. Ababuria. One of my friends, one here, Bush, because of IPOB. Join now, ESN. Or get yourself to Bagia. This boy, how could he know them? That join that because he people here that but I will not call his name. So a lot of people have sacrificed their Lord because of this Biafra song. Look at our HOD, Mazi Joseph. Maya is still going home to bury the mother. And you tell me all this sacrifice that work for nothing. It will never. So I'm very happy that I'm called today. I want to call it today because actually this clip our first lady yesterday. Only one making that clip. Yes, them kids are after you want. I know Ejimako, but I know Ejimako our HOD. That was the day I hated it. Okay, look at Maxwell. You want to share, you see, post to you that I don't do that shit. I don't want to ceremony to him. Go and share that post on Facebook. Then I want now, he's very good for Onyendu. The first time Mazi Kanu got caught, a lawyer area. In my hand, the Kanu just sack that lawyer because what we won't press, yeah, the man who the man of they meant tight to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Man, all you lawyer before by stage your father. Then allow you to have done that step from that. Now, our leader, if not for the wisdom of the leadership, I separate the Mazi the Kanu from a believer. By now, yeah, I'm not also. And now they want us to back that because nobody seek it. Look at somebody who we have a freedom partner.
There we
Mazi, God can do also for you. God bless you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We must continue. You see, we know the tactics of our enemies. We can no longer pretend. We must defend the IPOB at all costs. That is the thing. Because once we are disorganized, it's finished. We cannot position you on the fool for say, come release Mazi. No, they will go and say, if it was Rican. They disorganized IPOP, corrupted them, and went to jail until there was Rican. So I know that Maxwell Okpara was handy on this mission. He went to her and said, don't you see? The people you left, you trust, thinking that they are no more, so you better take a deal and come out. For money, you will lack nothing. So trust us. They reduce him into a ceremonial freedom fighter. Mazi, please go on. Can you hear me? Go on.
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi. Can you hear me?
The whole world is hearing. Please go on.
Thank you very much, Wachineke. I just want to salute you for the good job that you are doing. I say, Mokeke, continue to give us good health. That is what I'm praying. All the media, our presenters, and the DOS, HODOS, I salute Onyen Dasemendebu Bihad, which I continue to guide and protect him, and the Biafrans at large. This will go calling you from, this your brother will go calling from UK. Mazi, something makes me to call. I wanted to say it in Igbo, but let me say it in English so that the people, the agent, the people that are listening, the agent of the world, they are listening to Radio Biafra. Never, don't think they don't listen. It's only some of our people who are ignorant of what is happening in this world now. They don't listen. But we do. I can't be listening to Onyendu for God knows when. And I will now become a useless person. At this point in time, no, but now that is why I'm trying to wake Biafrans up. Do you know why Nigerian government to bear hand to extradite Samaneba? Oh no, my I will tell you the reason why this Musa they are pushing. Even then, they are pushing to extradite him. This, that. At the initial time where he were arrested, you know why? Because they want to cajole and do. They want to. If Finland government manage to extradite this criminal in Finland, but he has fallen. I told him that all God. But what I remember now, I don't know the kidney problem. He must pay. Samanepa have killed Biafrans and Igbo youth in our land. So nobody should say, come here and say, no. He will pay with his own blood. These are criminals who live in Finland for God knows when. He has nothing. Nothing. What he managed to do was to manage to pack all this gongoni and then a street in Europe. To pack it on his house. They are deceiving some people. We know all those things he's been saying. Some of you think that he's a king. But it's nothing, just propaganda, just like this one in Ghana, who said that he's Igbo king. These are the problem they are giving to us. You are not a king, Igbo king. Stop all this rubbish in this one. You are king. That is exactly what Samanepa was doing in Finland. Propaganda. You can see that small boy. Oh, Bremwa. Now, Jubahara. He came to challenge IPOB, that is the leader of IPOB today. Send our youth on their timely death. Telling them, what I'm saying here is what we know. Evidence is that Onyendu tell him to take over. This is what he was telling our youth in Biafra land. Because he wants to. We see that that guy, he wants to be on top. He wants to let the world know him. But now he's a terrorist. They have known him as a terrorist now. That is why if you challenge IPOB, you must fall. You must fall. This is only way I know. I don't go any meeting of Omonash, I never even be there. This is where I worship. What I like you, what they like in you, I have told you my mind. Now, what if you want to know how corrupt media these Yoruba people are, this Zoo media, let me tell you the game they want to play with Onyendu and this Prima. If they extradite Samanepa now, they will be like trying to present Onyendu and Samanepa in the court. And this media, or any time they want to bring a Prima to court, media will come now be calling him the Biafra leader. This is Mazi. I don't know if you hear what I'm saying. They will now side the line Onyendu so that all focus will be on the Perima. Hana Ozie, the Biafra leader. That is exactly what this want to do now. But we do. So that Onyendu, who's here Perima? You people, that The Zulu government still want to keep him afloat. When they extradite him, they will be calling him leader. You will see the journalists, these journalists that cannot go and investigate what is happening in Tiger Base in Imo State. What the Yoruba, their son, Kolola, is doing in Imo State, killing Igbo youth. Because you know that Igbo politicians are cowards. Can you, as an Igbo, okay, Chuku, in Yoruba land, murdering Yoruba people? That one is just having feed away in our land. He's just having. He will look at himself and say, "So these people are like this. These Igbo politicians." Go and ask him. That's what he's saying. He's committing genocide. He's committing killing Igbo youth. You know, he see it like it's fun. Fun. That is what that guy in Tiger Base. That is exactly how you see it. Murdering Igbo youth, and it's a fun to him. But so this is what exactly they want to do. They want to play their usual punk with Onyendu by this. They are calling to extradite him so that when they come to court, the Zoom media, who this Yoruba Zoom media, you will see them calling it the Biafra leader. If you doubt when you say if you that is game they want to play, but we are here. We start letting them know. That is why some of them are still calling. I want to remind the leadership, DW. You guys need to find us their contact number. We have to call them DW because these are a bunch of criminals, Dutch, useless. Bunch of lunatics that have stolen Africa for long. Ask them, Akashi Hagabahon. You see these bad people, Akashi Hagabahon. There is a place I am praying for them. Okay, Merela. So, Mazi, and let me remind our people one thing. Mazi, Jonathan, like as you said, that this is a script, right? Being reached to and all this is gang. You remember when they kidnapped Onyendu, this bastard Nelly came to the DOS and started telling them that they should change the name. You see, Tinas and Woru, they are fighting. How can you know? Can you ask yourself, why is it that these people, you see GOS, you don't need somebody to tell you now something no there. Maswell have come his own. Don't you see? Something is there. There is the reason why they are fighting the US. But if they succeed, again. You don't know? That is why we are waking our people up. This is the only thing we have. They want to present IPOB and ESN as a demon. So that when you believe their propaganda and their lie, then what will Siayote what would the Benue and Plateau? The there because I go no. Now because Nigerian government now here propaganda. They issue propaganda against our people. ESN. When they commit crime, they say, yes, I'm IPOB. Benue has nothing to any of the freedom fighter to raise. The one that is raised in Ghana, they plot and kill him. Do you see how Fulani think they are clever? They said to them, tell them to come, give you a minute. The guy roll out and they kill him. The one that always secure Benue before they kill him. You think Fulani, they are not stupid. They know that the guy we are fighting them. They put up their propaganda. Hey, come here, Amnesty International. The Amnesty, the guy came out and they kill him. That is the game they want to play with us. Destroy IPOB and let our Fulani terrorists invade Southeast. Biafrans, these are the things. Don't move about what they are calling upon. When they do this thing, they succeed to do it. Now, if I see anybody on the road, tell me, hey, where is IPOB? And there's I will use my hand. If you are not stupid, or when you didn't stupid enough, don't just look at Nigeria. Must we even tell you everything? Must IPOB tell you everything? Must we? Can't you reason? Can't you reason that Nigeria is full of propaganda? Only do tell us, can you handle propaganda? Don't you know that everything everyone was doing was script written to him? Don't you know in one of his broadcasts, how he started. Eberima was on one of his broadcasts. I was listening to that idiot saying that some people are not happy. He has taken over their villages. Some of you listened to that broadcast. When I was Some people are not happy because they have taken over their villages. I want a village, Kana alo Biafra, Kana ado Biafra. I want that. I will find. I will dig up that. I will try my best to dig up that statement that guy make. Now, Nigerian government like give him the assignment. Start driving our people inside the village. When they commit crime, then they now push into Nigeria army. Nigeria army will go and start burning our people's house. Some people is there. It's not that the Nigerian government and DSS are doing some of these things. We know that they my boys, we know what they are doing too. They will use that opportunity, start driving our people on their ancestral home. Don't you know that some of our people have run away from their ancestral home? Our people are not Magadi. This is Akone Berima. That is what I want Berima to pay with his own blood for his crime. This guy, Till Alibo, this guy calls on, if you don't know the mayhem this guy calls on, all the rubbish show Kurunon, Akwabutelo no fighter jet and Ammo tank. Akwabutelo Biafra, yes, Ammo tank. And he's partnering with the Israeli soldier. This power, this stupid idiot, get this guy, now this guy, now Giama,
There
may God
Mazi.
punish all of you.
There wo.
These autopilot people, Chineke one, fighter jet and anti-aircraft missile. You see how some idiots try to help my here, but they know nothing.
There wo Mazi. Thank
Now,
you.
where is him? Mazi, there for giving me this opportunity.
There wo. Thank you very much. We always steer the pineal gland of our people to reason. That is on it. Like Mazi said, where is the armored vehicle? Sometimes, this experiment, you see people that are supporting him. We say, nah, are these people joking or they really mean it? Oh, there is a 35 jet fighter that he commanded. It remains small money to complete. And you see people buying this crap. Ndị Igbo m sị na ọwụ taa ka ndị Igbo dị ka ọwụ ọfụrụ ọzọ, I cannot understand. It's okay. We must continue. We are telling our people also now what is happening. We are also telling our people now the battle. After Ekberima, another one rose up. Another set of people rose up again. Who are they attacking? The same leadership of IPOB. They know that is the head. Once they're able to cause confusion, squash the leadership, no more IPOB is gone. That is their game. That is their game point. Caller on, let me see, Signal, please go on. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, hold on, I'll come to you. Caller on Signal, I've been here. Caller on Signal, can you hear me?
Mazi, I can hear you clearly. Asim no dochuku kabe madarage wanne mwoke.
The Kurage, there were.
Jisike. Ike mweke gwa ino cha.
Mazi, go on.
Yeah. I think as you normally say that kama I get John matufo ihe anyị nwere nwanne anyị werekwa ọnụ ma tụtụrụ ihe anyị. Nwanne asị na ike ọrụ gwụ nwatakịrị ike ọgụ aka ya mma. The Nigerian government never anticipated that people like us would be here. That is why it's in Jabahara. The level of frustration that they are exhibiting in this last minute. You see that even very soon they will send Tunumbu's wife, because they have sent Omo Adaka, the Elohi and Elo. They have sent all kinds of human beings, and now they are on the pedestal of sending lawyers. That is why they are bringing out even the ones you least expected. But I tell them that because lift. In this very struggle, these people have made us to be very, very, tough. That we even suspect our own selves, because every move, even the one that doesn't make sense, we are putting it under check and scrutiny. Even presently now, I want our people to know that there is a work that they have given to us. That work is to go out and let our people know the importance of institution. Because if they keep shouting the DOS, they have even made everybody known that the IPOB have something they call DOS. And that is an opportunity to, sell out this very body, this very leadership, and educate them the functions of this very body and how important this body has been, that it's no longer one person. And we all know that the importance of restoring Biafra is far better than, is far preferred and more valuable than everybody, including Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because that is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is where he is. Because if it's him singularly is preferred or valuable than Biafra, he will not be suffering what he's suffering. But he knows that the end justifies the means, and the pain and the glory, that is what justifies it, all of it all. So nobody is here to come and, you know, talk about himself or sell his own self glory. That's both the leadership, you can see what they have been passing through earlier when the DSS and the Nigerian government were casting all kinds of allegations on them. Every of them kept calm and keep working because they know that where we are going is the most important thing. And I thank them for that, because without them, they wouldn't have been today. I say, may Elohim continue to strengthen them. But what I want to tell the DSS and the Nigerian government is that we have lost so much and we have gone too far to go back. Our people have died in Headbridge. Our people have died in Aba High School. Our people will keep dying. And that's come to tell them that our commitments, our obligations to the dead is way beyond the living. Because every one of us understand that we will all die one day. We must make sure that we restore a very decent country where our future generation will be able to live up to their expectation. And with that, we cannot get it in Nigeria. We can't get it. Mazi, any day you come to this very place, you don't know how happy I always are. Not just only you. Any day of a Biafran IPO as a radio Biafran program for any of our broadcasters that I own and his life, I'm always happy, because there is one thing that I have not known that you open my eye up to. Watchineke, our broadcasters in the daytime, even you and our beloved DOS, any day they come here to educate us, I always take home with more knowledge. Continue the very good work. I'm telling every one of us that care to listen, especially the leadership, we are in millions behind you. The same love that we give for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the same commitment we have for IPOB, it has not gone far. It has not gone down. Lots as our brothers say that they have separated the chaff from the real thing itself. People that is here is the real determined people. And as we continue, Chukwu Kabema will use us as his instrument to restore the kingdom of heaven on earth. Thank you so much. Continue on your good work.
The Korage, there were Mazi. Thank you very much. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? You'll be the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, are you there? Caller on WhatsApp. Is my phone, what is happening? Caller on WhatsApp, are you there? Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi. Yeah, thank you. Now, unu did not take this struggle. I bet you nothing surprises you guys anymore, because Muabido IPO by 2017. How could I give surprises? Like here, one of these some of these brothers now on social media. Okwa Hasun and the help of fight autopilot. I spoke with one of them here. Okuma that IPOB is the only institution ndị Igbo nwere now, you know, and as an organization, no organization can function without a leadership, which means if you attack, no matter what you have against the leadership, if you attack and destroy the leadership, the organization collapses. And I was for enemy. Although I'm not attacking the leadership, I'm just individuals of the some individuals. I don't
Mazi, let me tell you something.
tolerate.
Mazi, sorry. Let me tell you something.
Mm.
You see, do you see these people? Sometimes even calling them individually to give them advice is you need embarrassment and even insult. I'm telling you honestly. You are also an old guy in this. It says 2017. 2017 is not today anyway. But you know, the problem I want the more John and on the buy name. That is one thing I observe in this. This struggle may premanyan the character of our people. There is no which you book any advice. Oh yeah. Oh, cause no. He will tell you that oh my name, so don't you know he knows what he's doing. How many times do some of these people you
Yep.
give them advice? Nothing. They know more than you now by far. So what are you going to advise them? Mazi, please
Yeah,
go on.
I see that they're fighting
They will
against
frustrate you.
injustice.
They will frustrate you to
Nah,
giving up. I'm telling you. Go on, Mazi.
na ha chọrọ ka the organization ha nọ na-eme injustice na na-eme oppress some people. No, I see. That is a very trivial thing to say at this critical juncture. That is too trivial. If you really care about what you're doing, say about Emechakwa, let not your ego make you not to come back. Now, I've even unfollowed ọkata ahụ feed ebe n'ihe a na-ekwu asị Chineke mee ọkakwa the same person ka onye ọzọ. But anyway, coming to Mr. Maxwell, o nwere ihe ndị legal profession na America ama ma ọ dịkwa a na-akpọ legal jeopardy, which means you can endanger the prospect of your client. Ihe Maxwell na onye
I think this is where I'm going to end there because there is this problem that I've been trying to fix, but we must continue. Our brother was saying something, and I was laughing, honestly. Our brother Mazi was the last caller. He was saying something, and I was laughing to myself. How are you going to talk to people that they know far, far more than everybody in this world? You can't do it. They are more, they do. There is something, and I know I used to say this, and I am saying it with, I know, with impunity, because that is my experience. You see, most of these people in the same group with them for a long time, and I saw their character. They they have horrible, horrible character. I am not talking about individual. No, 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 no. These are people that don't like a collectivity. Either that is either they are in control of everything or they destroy everything. That is their way. Who are you for them to be loyal to the hierarchy? Who are you? Who are you? That is one experience I have with many of them. Who are you? Who is the hierarchy now? Who is the hierarchy? A hierarchy that you know. Please, please, comrades, let us protect this organization. Honestly, we must protect this organization. The people enter this struggle with agendas. Some some are genuine people, or some along the line. Let me tell you something. Some people also, you see, along the line, they can see something that will shake them and they start misbehaving. That's why, if you are even if you are in this struggle and you are close to the leadership,
My brothers and sisters, there comes a time in history when a people are not just lost, but hidden, when their greatness is not forgotten, but intentionally buried. That is the story of the Igbo people, the tribe whose bloodline whispers of ancient covenants, whose footsteps trace back to the soil of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. This is not just the story of Africa. This is a story of destiny, a story of survival, a story of the tribe called Israel, displaced but not destroyed. The Igbo Exodus is not a chapter written in the pages of your textbook. It is written in blood, in the cries of mothers torn from their children, in the drums that beat behind the silence of colonial lies. It is a spiritual trail of fire paved by a people who carried not just burdens, but blessings. A people who didn't just survive the flood of slavery and war, but walked on its waters like the children of prophecy. The world looked away while the nations scattered, but Africa watched, and among the scattered, a flame still burned in the hearts of the Igbos, one that no ocean could drown, no empire could erase, and no chain could silence. They were exiled, but not erased, enslaved, but not stripped of spirit. Their songs in the plantations echoed songs from the Torah. Their customs mirrored those of ancient Hebrews. The Sabbath, circumcision, animal sacrifices, names like Ezi, Ina, Chukwu. These were not coincidences. These were connections. They were clues to a truth the world was too afraid to face. That the tribe of Israel had not disappeared. They had simply taken refuge in Africa. And oh, how the world tried to sever that truth. Missionaries came not to discover, but to dismantle. Colonialists came not to civilize, but to scatter. Historians came not to reveal, but to rewrite. They erased, renamed, and silenced. But they could never kill what God had marked, because God does not forget his promises. He does not misplace his people. Even when the world forgets your name, he remembers your bloodline. Even when your identity is stolen, your destiny is still written in the heavens. The Igbo are not just a people, they are a prophecy, a sign that the tribe of Israel still walks this earth in brown skin, in African soil, with sacred fire in their hearts. You may be told you are Nigerian, but you are more. You may be taught you are African, but you are ancient. You may be branded as tribal, but you are chosen. Let no one tell you you are cursed when you come from a covenant. Let no one tell you you are lost when your journey is divine. Let no one bury your past when it is your bridge to a greater future. You are the story they were afraid to tell. You are the truth that empires tried to erase. You are the tribe they never expected to rise. And now, Africa is waking up. The sound of the shofar is echoing, not in Jerusalem alone, but in Igbo land, in Ghana, in Ethiopia, in the wilderness of the African spirit. The dry bones are rattling again, and God is calling his people not just to remember who they were, but to rise as who they are. To the young Igbo boy told to be silent, speak your truth. To the daughter of Zion, who hides her history, unveil your crown. To the elders who preserved the old ways, teach again with fire. To the world who denied the connection, watch it rise in power. This is the Exodus you weren't taught in school. This is the testimony hidden in plain sight. This is the cry of Africa's displaced nation. But they are not victims. They are vessels. They are not abandoned. They are appointed. They are not lost. They are being led home. And when they rise, not just a people will rise, but a prophecy will be fulfilled. This is the beginning of revelation. This is the awakening of a forgotten Israel. This is the return of the tribe that still walks with God on African soil. You may be displaced, but you are not forgotten. In a world that measures your worth by your geography, your passport, or your history books, it's easy to believe that being scattered means being lost. But that is a lie the world has told for too long. Just because you were torn from your land does not mean you were torn from your purpose. Just because you were exiled does not mean you were erased. The truth is, God never loses track of his people. You may move through deserts, through colonization, through slavery, through forgotten villages and broken borders, but his eye follows, his hand covers, and his plan remains. The story of the Igbo people and countless others across Africa is not one of defeat. It is one of divine delay. The scattering of a people does not stop the move of God. Instead, it sets the stage for a revelation. What man calls exile, God calls planting. What the world calls displacement, heaven calls preparation. And the day is coming when what was hidden will be honored, what was oppressed will be lifted, and what was forgotten will be remembered with fire and glory. There is a powerful promise wrapped in your pain. Your bloodline carries something ancient, something holy. Though you've been mislabeled, mistreated, and misunderstood, none of it canceled your calling. You walk with the DNA of prophets, priests, and kings. And though empires tried to scatter you like dust in the wind, they forgot that seeds grow when buried. And you, my brother, my sister, you are beginning to bloom. The world may not see the journey. They may not know the prayers of your ancestors, the songs they sang in captivity, the tears they wept on foreign soil. But heaven heard. Heaven recorded every cry, every prayer, every act of faith in the darkness. And when God remembers a people, it is not a gentle thought. It is a roar that shakes nations and rewrites history. You are not forgotten, not by God, not by purpose, not by destiny. You were never just a tribe in Africa. You are part of a covenant that stretches across centuries. Your exile was not abandonment, it was alignment. It positioned you for such a time as this, because in the days to come, God is not raising the powerful of the earth. He is raising the faithful, the ones the world thought were finished, the ones buried under the weight of colonization and lies, the ones scattered like ash, but rooted in glory. You may have been displaced by men, but you are placed by God. And where God places you, there is promise, there is purpose, there is power. Let the world forget your name. Heaven never will. The world tried to erase you, but God wrote you in fire. They rewrote your history, renamed your villages, silenced your prophets, and buried your language under centuries of chains, lies, and foreign flags. But they forgot one thing. God doesn't write in pencil, he carves in flame. And when heaven speaks, no man can silence it. You were never a mistake. You were a message, a living scroll, breathing prophecy, walking revelation. They tried to erase you, not because you were weak, but because you were powerful, dangerous to the systems of oppression, a threat to the lies of superiority, a mirror to the world's buried truth. They didn't just want to conquer your land, they wanted to erase your memory, strip you of your name, replace your gods, rebrand your royalty as savagery. They couldn't stomach the thought that the people they enslaved once walked with the divine, once spoke in the tongue of priests and patriarchs, once carried the sacred torch of faith long before a European ever held a Bible. They tried to erase that truth because it disrupted their control. But what man tries to bury, heaven raises in power. You see, God doesn't write fragile stories. He writes epics with pain, glory, exile, and return. He marks his people with fire, not ink, so they can't be burned out, faded, or edited. You were written in the fire of deliverance, in the blaze of prophets, in the heat of prayers whispered through chains and generations. And fire doesn't die in darkness. It glows brighter. You are not just a name on a census. You are a chapter in the eternal story. Every time you rise, every time you reclaim your voice, every time you teach your children where they truly come from, heaven shouts and hell trembles. Because your rising is not just cultural, it is spiritual. It is the resurrection of a silenced people. It is the unraveling of a lie that went unchallenged for centuries. The fire that wrote your story still burns. It's in your blood, your bones, your breath. That's why you keep surviving. That's why, despite everything meant to crush you, you still create, still lead, still sing, still shine. Because you weren't just born, you were lit. You are the flame they couldn't put out, the truth they couldn't bury, the evidence they couldn't destroy. Let the world try to erase you. Let them deny the history, dismiss the evidence, and downplay your brilliance. It won't change what's already written. Because heaven doesn't need permission to raise what the world has buried. Your very existence is proof that God's pen still writes in the language of fire. And you, child of covenant, descendant of kings, remnant of Israel, are the message the world can no longer ignore. Bloodlines don't lie, because in the blood is memory, truth, identity, and legacy. History has been rewritten, manipulated, edited, and sold to the highest bidder. But no matter how many pages they tear out, no matter how many chapters they delete, the original text still lives in the blood of the people, and the Igbo are living proof of that. You can erase a name from a textbook, but you cannot erase it from a bloodstream. You can silence a voice in a courtroom, but you cannot silence the echo in the soul. You can colonize a land, but you cannot colonize the spirit of a people marked by prophecy. The Igbo are not just an ethnic group, they are a testimony, a spiritual DNA that cannot be hidden behind flags or borders or censored truth. When you trace the customs, language, spiritual practices, naming conventions, and family structures of the Igbo people, what you find are parallels that point to something ancient, something Hebraic, something sacred. Practices such as circumcision on the 8th day, the strict observance of purity laws, the honoring of one God. Chukwu, the naming traditions that often invoke divine attributes. These are not coincidences, they are fingerprints. And fingerprints don't lie. These marks are not merely cultural, they are covenantal. They are signs of a people who once walked in step with the Torah, who still carry within them the rhythm of a sacred past the world tried to bury. But why would the world try to erase this truth? Because if Africa carries Israel's blood, then the narrative must change. Then the map must be redrawn. Then the superiority complex collapses. If the same people, once enslaved and stripped of their dignity, are actually the descendants of the tribes of Jacob, then the world must repent, not just of slavery, but of erasing divine history. And so for centuries, the plan was simple: suppress the truth, break the link, disconnect the people from their origin, make them believe they are tribal, not divine, make them believe they are cursed, not chosen, make them believe they are African, but not ancient Israel. But despite the lies, the blood never stopped speaking. And now that blood is crying out louder than ever before, modern genetic studies have begun to reveal what oral traditions have said for centuries: that many among the Igbo share ancestry with the ancient Israelites, that their customs aren't echoes, they are continuations that their exile was not merely political, it was prophetic. That what scattered them across the coasts of West Africa into slavery, into displacement, into foreign names and foreign gods, was not the end of their story, but a chapter in a divine book that is being reopened. Blood remembers, blood resists, blood redeems. And the Igbo blood has endured captivity, colonization, forced conversion, and cultural erasure, but it still flows, still carries, still testifies. The same way Jewish communities across the world hold their identity through diaspora, so too have the Igbos. Because you cannot cut covenant with God and expect that covenant to be forgotten. The Most High does not forget what he seals with blood. The Igbo story mirrors the stories of other lost tribes, stories of exile, preservation, hiddenness, and eventual awakening. That's why the narrative is changing today. That's why people are digging, rediscovering, reconnecting, because the spirit within them knows what the history books tried to deny. The spirit knows the truth that their ancestors carried across oceans and generations. And now the children of those ancestors are starting to remember, not with their minds alone, but with their blood. The spiritual warfare against the Igbo people has never just been about politics or economics. It's been about identity. Because the enemy knows if a people forget who they are, they forget their power. But if a people remember, they become unstoppable. So they told the Igbos they were nothing more than a tribe, that they had no place in sacred history. They told them to abandon their traditions and worship new gods. They told them to forget the old ways, to burn the scrolls written on their hearts. But some things cannot be burned. Some fires cannot be put out. The world is starting to awaken to the idea that the biblical story didn't end in the Middle East. It continued in Africa, that the promises of God stretched beyond deserts and into jungles, beyond temples and into villages, beyond kings and into homes, that the lost tribes didn't vanish. They were simply hidden for an appointed time. And now that time is coming. Now the bones are shaking. Now the spirit is stirring. Now the truth is rising. The Igbo are not just people of survival. They are people of prophecy. And prophecy doesn't die. It waits. It waits until the world is ready. It waits until the people are ready. And now the cry of restoration is being heard, not just in synagogues or churches, but in the hearts of those who carry the truth in their blood, the truth that they are Israel, not a replacement, not a cup, but the continuation of a covenant too sacred to be lost. So to the young Igbo man who wonders where he comes from, know this: you are not a remnant of colonization, you are a remnant of revelation. To the young Igbo woman who feels out of place in a world that doesn't see her truth, know this: your identity is not based on what the world calls you, but on what God wrote in your blood. You are proof that the story of God's people is not limited by geography or language. You are the bridge between Africa and Israel. You are the evidence that bloodlines carry more truth than textbooks. You are not forgotten. You are not lost. You are not just African. You are prophetic. The world can deny it. The governments can ignore it. The textbooks can omit it, but heaven has already written it, and heaven never lies. The blood speaks. The blood remembers. And the blood of the Igbo is still speaking the truth. The world tried to bury that they are Israel, that they are chosen, that they are rising. Change couldn't break you because covenant still binds you. That truth echoes across generations like a drumbeat under the surface of silence. The world saw the chains. They saw the auctions, the shackles, the stolen names, the broken back. They watched as your ancestors were dragged from their land, herded onto ships like cattle, treated as less than human. They thought that was the end of the story. They thought the story of greatness would die on the auction block, that the sacred identity would drown in the middle of the Atlantic, that divine calling could be severed with steel and blood. But they were wrong, because what they didn't see, what they could never understand, was the covenant. The covenant is not held in buildings or books alone. It lives in the soul. It pulses in the blood. It's not something that man gives, so man cannot take it away. The chains were real. The suffering was undeniable, but so was the covenant. And no iron could bind what God had already set apart. No whip could erase what heaven had written. No ship could carry you far enough to escape the reach of the promise. The covenant is eternal. It doesn't expire in exile. It doesn't dissolve under oppression. It doesn't vanish in violence. It waits. It preserves. It strengthens in silence. You are not here today because your ancestors were lucky. You are here because the covenant was stronger than the chains. The same covenant that walked with Abraham under the stars. The same covenant that burned in the bush before Moses. The same covenant that led Israel through the Red Sea still burns in the hearts of those who descended from those torn from the motherland. They tried to take everything, your names, your languages, your customs, your families. But they couldn't take what God gave. They couldn't strip you of what he sealed. They couldn't unbind what he bound to himself. Even in the darkest moments, the covenant never let go. In the fields of forced labor, when voices cried out in unknown tongues, when praise rose through suffering in songs born from sorrow, the covenant was alive. When mothers whispered prayers over children who would be sold the next day, the covenant was alive. When stolen people refused to forget their spirit, refused to die in despair, refused to accept that they were cursed, the covenant whispered back, "You are still mine." And now in this generation, something is happening. The shaking is returning. The remembrance is rising. The veil is lifting. The lie that your story ended with chains is collapsing, because your story didn't end in slavery. That was only the fire before the gold emerged. That was only the wilderness before the promise. That was the crucible that preserved you so you could rise again in power, in truth, in restoration. You were not meant to stay broken. You were meant to reveal God's glory. You were not meant to be forgotten. You were meant to remind the world of what it tried to forget, that those whom God calls, no empire can erase. That those bound by covenant walk with a covering that defies time, geography, and oppression. The world broke your body, but it could not break your bond with heaven. Even when your people were told they were nothing, God said they were chosen. Even when the world branded them slaves, he called them sons and daughters. Even when colonizers renamed them, he remembered their true name. And now the truth is returning, not as history alone, but as revelation, a divine realization that the same people they tried to destroy are still standing. The same people they called cursed are still creating. The same people they displaced are now rediscovering who they are, because chains rust, but covenant doesn't. What has carried you this far is not chance, it is purpose. It is divine preservation. The same fire that preserved Daniel in the lion's den, the same cloud that led Israel by day, the same voice that spoke on Mount Sinai, that same force preserved your identity, even when the world tried to rip it from your hands. Because chains can bind the body, but they cannot bind the soul that knows who it belongs to. And you, child of the Most High, belong to something bigger than what the world told you. You belong to a promise, a lineage, a heritage so powerful it made kings tremble, a story so sacred it survived centuries of silence. You are here not as the defeated, but as the delivered, not as a remnant of pain, but as a prophecy unfolding. You are the evidence that the covenant never broke. You are the living witness that God keeps his word even when the world forgets it. So don't walk in shame. Don't shrink in fear. Don't let the lies of history define you. You are more than what they said. You are more than the chains that tried to hold your ancestors down. You are more than the wounds you inherited. You are the continuation of a covenant that began with a whisper and now roars through generations. And that roar is calling you to rise. Rise into your identity. Rise into your inheritance. Rise into the truth that the chains were never the end. The world saw you as broken, but heaven sees you as bound to a divine destiny, to a holy legacy, to a promise that no power can stop. Your ancestors walked through fire, but they carried you through it. They didn't just survive, they preserved the promise. And now it's your turn to walk in that promise. Chains couldn't break you because covenant still binds you. The world will try again to make you forget. But this time, you remember, you speak, you stand, you reclaim, because you are not a victim. You are a vessel. You are not the defeated. You are the delivered. You are not forgotten. You are chosen. And chosen people don't beg for identity. They carry it boldly. The covenant is alive. It was never buried. It was never broken. It was only waiting for you to rise. The tribe is rising. And so is the truth. For centuries, they were hidden, scattered across foreign lands, their names altered, their language suppressed, their identity buried under layers of colonization and conquest. But like seeds buried in the ground, they were not destroyed, they were planted. And now the soil of time has begun to shift, and from the darkness of exile, the tribe is rising. Quietly at first, whispered in old songs, remembered in customs that never died, felt in dreams that trace back to a holy ancestry, then more loudly, with boldness, with revelation, with a fire in their bones that no longer asks for permission to be lit. The world may not recognize the remnant. They may see them as just another group of Africans, just another tribe, just another culture. But what they fail to see is the covenant hidden inside them. What they fail to acknowledge is the divine code etched into their DNA. What they overlook is the prophetic rhythm moving in their steps. This is no ordinary rising. This is prophecy in motion. This is the awakening of a people marked by God long before empires rose and fell, long before borders were drawn, long before the names on the maps matched the names in the scriptures. This is the return of the tribe whose story was never lost, only hidden. The truth is rising too. The lies that built false hierarchies, that silenced ancient voices, that buried sacred stories under colonial dogma, they are collapsing one by one. As the tribe begins to reclaim its voice, the truth begins to break its chains. The narrative is shifted. The world, so accustomed to controlling the story, is now being forced to listen to the voices that were never supposed to survive. Voices that carry the weight of centuries. Voices that remember things the world tried to forget. Voices that say, we are still here. We always were. And when the tribe rises, it will not be for revenge. It will be for revelation, not to dominate, but to declare that the God of their ancestors never left them, that the promises still stand, that the covenant still holds, that the exile was not the end, but the beginning of a greater unveiling. When the world sees the tribe rise, they will see a mirror, a reflection of what was stolen, of what was hidden, of what is holy. And they will be forced to confront the truth that has always been present but never acknowledged. This truth is not loud, it is steady. It moves through families who never forgot their customs. It whispers in the sacred rites passed from mother to daughter, father to son. It sings in the melodies that outlived the missionaries. It dances in the feet of children who bear ancient names. It speaks in the resilience of a people who, though enslaved, never bowed in spirit. This truth survived ships and whips and chains. It survived indoctrination and forced religion. It survived cultural erasure and historical manipulation. And now it is beginning to speak again with power, with clarity, and with the authority of the Most High. There is a divine intelligence woven into this rising. It is not man-made. It is not organized by human institutions. It is organic. It is spiritual. It is the fulfillment of what the prophets spoke, that a remnant would return, that the scattered would be gathered, that the dry bones would live again, that the people who walked through fire would emerge refined, not ruined, that the tribe would rise, and with it the truth. The truth is not just in the scriptures, it is in the people. It walks in their ways. It sits in their sorrow and dances in their joy. It is in the way they survive, in the way they hope, in the way they resist every attempt to be erased. The world didn't count on them, remember it. But memory is sacred. And God placed memory not just in the mind, but in the spirit, in the blood. And now the blood is speaking louder than ever before. When the tribe rises, it won't be with weapons, but with wisdom, with the ancient light that cannot be dimmed, with the strength of identity rediscovered, with the boldness that comes from knowing you were never forgotten, only hidden, with the truth that empowers rather than enslaves, with a story not rooted in oppression, but in origin, in divine origin. This rising will not be televised. It will not be sponsored by media or approved by governments. It will rise through testimonies, through revelations, through children who ask the right questions, through elders who finally feel free to speak, through communities that reclaim their sacred name, through people who open their eyes and see that they are not just survivors of colonialism, but descendants of a covenant. The whole earth will know their God, not because of politics, but because of power, not military power, but spiritual power, not because of wealth, but because of worth. When the tribe rises, the world will be forced to recognize the fingerprints of the divine on people it tried to erase. They will see prayers answered across generations. They will see prophecy fulfilled, not in a distant land, but in the heart of Africa. They will see that the God of Israel never broke his promises, that the same God who parted seas and delivered nations still walks among his people, still raises the forgotten, still crowns the displaced. This is the hour of rising, not for show, but for purpose, to heal what was broken, to reconnect what was scattered, to lift the veil over forgotten truths, to take the place that was always theirs, not to rule over others, but to walk in the fullness of who they were called to be. The tribe is rising, and so is the truth, and no force on earth can stop a people whose time has come. The page has turned, the story is shifting, and as the world watches, the remnant steps forward, not with apology, but with authority, not as strangers to God, but as his witnesses, not as victims of history, but as vessels of glory. The tribe is rising, and through them, the truth will thunder across the nation.
Right now, and I want to say welcome to this wonderful evening program. Today, 14 January 2025. My name remains Mazi Patrick DK. And like we shared our flyers all over today's 14th of January, we promised you that we'll be coming with a very special guest to this Biafran television program. He is also a pioneer of BTV Europe, and it will be interesting for us to have Mazi Ayoba, who is a member of the Directorate of State and also the Deputy Representative of European Representative, Deputy to the European Representative. Mazi Ayoba, good evening and welcome to the program.
Thank you very much for having me, Mazi.
Yeah, I was trying to give you your title of your deputy, but I just see myself wobbling there. But I believe that Biafrans know you very well, so you don't even need much introduction, by the way.
That's correct. That's correct. Yes, Mazi.
It is my pleasure to have you on BTV this evening.
Yeah, me too. Thank you very much, Ikem Patrick, for having me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to start by, giving you the wonderful opportunity to wish Biafrans a happy new year on BTV. We know you've been on social media, on your page, doing a lot of media work, trying to educate and enlighten our people. But today on BTV, I want to give you the opportunity to welcome our people and wish them a happy new year as we proceed in the program.
All right. Thank you very much, Mazi. Ikem Patrick, thank you for having me on this evening edition. It's a very wonderful one. And of course, as I said, we are here to guide our people. I just want to welcome everyone on board on the New Year's of 2025. My name remains Mazi Ayoba, and I serve indigenous people of Biafra in the little humble way I can as a Deputy European Rep and also member of the Directorate. And of course, it's a very good opportunity for me to be here again to also discuss and deliberate on the issue that concerns us as a race. Having said that, of course, I have to recognize the leader of this movement and also recognize our head of directorate, Mazi Chikedozium, and who I'm also deputizing here, Mazi Abanim, and to the whole rest of members of the US, Mazi Chinasamor, Mazi Nachi, and many more. They are there, Mazi Austin, in Australia, Mazi Chukuma, Austin. I welcome every one of them and welcoming our audience and the people of good conscience and of goodwill. We welcome all of you all. And I believe this year, 2025, is going to be a year of testimony. It's going to be a year of deliverance. We're going to sing a whole lot of songs of freedom and songs of deliverance this year. By the special grace of Chukwu Kabiam, a lot of testimony is going to come out this year. And we are looking forward to make sure that our people are protected and safe. We're going to sing among other nations. This is my wish to every one of us. And I will not hesitate also to recognize some of our heroes past, some of our IPOB family members who have lost their life in the quest of this Biafra restoration, and all the bereaved families who are also have contributed immense in this, haven't even lost family members. It's not an easy thing to lose a family member just due to the kind of country we find ourselves in, where there is no human right and where there is no justice whatsoever. Is a situation we find ourselves in that we are also trying to bring to the public attention, which the world have never know that this thing is happening to us as a race. So, and thanks to Kokikabiama that we have managed to establish this media outlet that we can use to inform and engage our people properly, so they will not depend the information from the enemy and or source of information only from the enemy. So when they try to blackmail us as a race, now we can also come here and also counter that and also tell the world what is happening to us as a race. It's a war of genocide that was levied against us from 1967-70, and that war have not ended. And that's why you still see us here today, trying to also bring that that unending war that is still going on, a war of genocide and annihilation against of our people. That's why we are here bringing it up. Mazi, I want to thank all of you also who have been in this media platform, doing whatever you can also to make sure that our people are properly informed and guided. Regardless, it may look like nobody's listening or watching us, but I can tell you that the whole world is watching. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mazi. I would have just suggested you move your camera a bit because you are too close. You are too close to your camera. If you can move a little bit, yeah. Okay, yes. I think your camera is a bit high. It's a bit high, but notwithstanding, if there is a way you can readjust, so that our people can have a better view of your face, and it's okay. I think no, you have completely shifted. You have completely shifted, but no, you have completely shifted it away from you. I will urge the technical director to bring me forward. Yes. So. Yes, I think you're much better now. So I want to proceed because we've just stepped into a new year, and I believe that you are getting me, Mazia Izayoba. We've just stepped into a new year, and as a member of the Directorate of State, how has it been working with the Directorate of State in 2025? We know that the Directorate of State and indigenous people of Biafra generally faced a series of issues for the past 3 years, but we'll be coming to that. But how has it been? We know that the year have just started, and but Biafrans will know how it is as at today working as a member of the Directorate of State and also a deputy European representative for the indigenous people of Biafra.
Thank you again, Mazi. And of course, without taking much of the time, of course, as I have previously just said just a while ago, this is 2025. We can't tell you that we have done so much now in this 2025 because we only just get into it. All right. And I can tell you there's a lot of also engagement. Of course, the European rep have engaged the national coordinators within the EU, and they have had a lot of discussions and review of what have been going on, and the new instruction has been given. And freedom fighting, as we all know, is not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing. It requires a lot of consistency and mental toughness. Mental toughness is very, very important. And what I can tell you that the leadership have been doing in the last few months now is just to also to engage, to make sure that all the continental reps engage the principal officers, which are the grassroots of this movement. Without our coordinators and the national coordinators, I don't think there is much anyone can do. So it's very, very important that IPOB leadership is strategizing, engaging the principal officers and all the national coordinators, in which our messages are going through that channel. So so far so good. As I said, this year of 2025 is a promising year. We are looking forward to make sure that all the things that we have not done right in the last few years, some of them will be also put to in a very, very correct way. It does not mean that the leadership have not been doing everything right, which everyone knows. Even to just save IPOB family after the massive invasion we had in the last 3 years, you will know that if not the strength and the mental toughness of the IPOB leadership, this movement would have been nowhere to be found today. So it's a very good thing that IPOB leadership have made sure that this boat that have rocked for very long time, and a lot of will I say feeble-minded fell off the boat. A lot of them decided to jump out and join into the bandwagon. Some of them decided just to abandon the ship. But in that regard, the leadership have remained very, very strong and also engage properly with the principal officers as far as I can see. So this is very, very much important, and other things will follow suit as IPOB leadership have gone back to their drawing board. One good thing is that one of those heavy distractions have been put to rest now, at least. It was a very, very heavy distraction that came from the blue, which our people have not seen anything like that before. You and I that have been in the struggle for a very, very long time have seen turbulences of this kind of situation we had faced this time before, and we managed to overcome it. But this time around, a lot of our people never seen anything like this before. Even though that some of them listened to our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, warning them that the few weeks and months ahead would be very, very tough. But some of them did not take cognizance of that. If I'm allowed to say that, they were not paying serious attention that enemy can clone a look-alike, someone that can look like you, that can be doing something that look like your own interest, and then they will use it to trick you, then to delay you from the real direction which we are going, that is yielding a massive fruit. So this is one thing our people did not understand. And like I said, if the leadership have not, and so some principal officers like you that have been there, you've been one time national secretary of IPOB in Italy. If people like you haven't paid their attention and listen and experience, have a good experience in this movement, I think probably you wouldn't have been here to this very moment and also addressing this issue. That is why it's very good to have people who have experience, people who are elderly, or will I call them, elite, if you like, in a movement or in a society like this. That can guide the younger ones. The young ones who just joined recently did not understand the effort. So they fell out, so they think everything is gone, which was the real work of the enemy. So in that regard, IPOB leadership have managed to at least, put that kind of will I say, reassurance on our people. Now we are here telling our people it was invasion, and they have seen it. It was invasion that caused a lot of life and a lot of damages. Now we are into new 2025, new year, which is never, ever again going to be like previous years and last year. So at least, as I said, this is a new year, and there's a new leaves now that is, on the horizon.
Yeah, Mazi, yes, just like you said, you are right, because at every point in time in this struggle, we have seen waves and waves, just like you look at the ocean, it comes in waves. If you are not well grounded, the wave will sweep you over. And we have seen people being swept at every point in time. Since 2015, we've seen waves of issues, catastrophes, and at every point in time, people get swept off their feet, and it had been a long experience, like you alluded. I know that the Directorate of State is facing on a daily basis series of challenges. No doubt, because it's not easy to coordinate a global movement where you have coordinators in different countries, continental reps, and having that central command where you have to give instructions, make sure that these instructions are obeyed, and also be able to follow through to some of the policies that are being put in place. By the way, on February 2nd, I'll be hosting the Deputy Directorate of State. Mazi Zurumi came here on BTV. So I'm going to reserve certain questions to him. Some of the questions I'm going to reserve are going to be for his office, specifically, while I'm going to put certain questions across to you, especially when it has to do with activities within Europe, where you deputize as the representative. Now, what have been the major challenges of the Directorate of State and the relationship you all enjoy? Because we know that there are certain members of the Directorate of State who at some point were also removed from their position, so to say, considering the fact that probably they no longer fall in line with certain principles. From the time Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned from Kenya, a lot of things went on, and some members of the Directorate of State were kept by the side. We understand the reasons so that the major body will be able to remain focused, pending possibly when Nnamdi Kanu will be out, which we hope very soon. How has it been, your working relationship with the body as it stands today? How has it been working together within this structure that exists as the Directorate of State as it stands today?
Yes, Mazi, thank you again. It hasn't been easy to work in the Department of IPOB Directorate of State, as the case may be, because when you hear Directorate of State, which is DOS, people think it's one individual, and that is what makes it more robust and more well organized than any other thing can you imagine. So if I have to look it from the other way around, which we have not officially announced that, yes, because that is as time goes on, that will manifest on its own. Why am I saying this? Is the DOS or the Directorate of State is more or less or a kind of mini government of the movement, if you like, because from this DOS, there are a lot of connections of different kinds of departments that made it why it's called the Directorate of State, now headed by Mazi Edoziem. Now, not how is it easy for him to coordinate that or to be a member of this Directorate of State? One is the people who are members of the Directorate of State are living in different continents, almost 7 continents across the globe, and different time zones. Some of them will be, as we are in the evening time here now, some is in the midnight, some of them in early morning, some have gone into the midday of tomorrow. So it's a very challenging thing to engage everyone at the same time, but knowing the full commitment and the importance of what we are doing, just to make sure that Biafra is restored. Everyone that serves in IPOB DOS is a well-committed individual that have paid a lot of sacrifice, financially, time, family sacrifice, and everything you can imagine. Some of them will not tell you what they are going through until, by the special grace of God, once this battle is won and Biafra is restored, a lot of them are going to write a book. Some of them will probably come on a Biafran national TV as we are right now, tell their story, what they've been through, both family issues, children's issues. It's a very, mental challenge department to be in. I can tell you, honestly speaking, it's not an easy thing because being a continental rep, you also have to deal with a lot of, national coordinators, zonal coordinators, unit coordinators, and also, local government coordinators. It depends on the kind of structure you have in your continent. And at the same time, you're getting some of these reports and you're also coming to the leadership. And if there is one that the whole leadership have to debate and look into what happened and get solution to it, they will deal with it. The head of the directorate will like someone meeting and make sure that all the matters are looked into. And if it's something that will consume more time than required, some of them can be now pushed to other departments like CROC, Conflict Resolution Committee. Then they will handle that and now get back to the leadership, to the head of the directorate now to announce or to implement or to make a final ruling on that. So it has never been an easy department to deal with because you're dealing with the different kinds of people, different kinds of understanding, different kinds of mentalities. And you have to pay attention to every information that is coming, not to neglect any of those, because that could cause a lot of distraction, mainly at this critical time we are in. Now, coming to the other one that you have asked about, some of the members of the directorate that have been sacked, like Mazi and all the rest of them, and there are standards, rules and standard that is guiding the leadership. So once you fall below those standards, it may be considered threat because we are not here just for ourselves. As far as I'm concerned, we are not here doing something that is of our personal interest. We are talking about nearly 100 million people, both home and abroad. A particular race that have up to that population. So you have to remove self-aggrandizement and self-sentiment. So you have to focus on the mass movement, on the mass, mass relationship, so that you don't take some things as you yourself personally sees it. So you have to put a lot of things in consideration. And there are some of the individuals that coming out from Nigeria that doesn't have this type of discipline. Despite how long they have been in abroad, they don't have this kind of discipline. They want things to be, to be implemented their own way, like Uchemefo have pushed for IPOB to declare government in exile, which the leadership have considered a lot of things, both Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu, how we are in a whole meeting considered a lot of things that it's not yet the time. It's not yet the time to implement that type of government. We need to sensitize our people. We need to know the mindset of our people, if they are actually ready or if they have already fallen in line in what this movement is meant for, before you can implement such a thing. Otherwise, it will be like how many governments in exile they have declared in the last, will I say, 20 years now. Both was VK's one and the one that former government in exile in America, even before the birth of IPOB and all the rest of it. And now they have come to this one now, which you also see that have fallen apart all over the place now. A government that kills their own children like Nigeria is doing. They form the one that actually, isn't it ironic, Mazi, that Uchemefo is the former deputy leader of this movement. All right, and he was expelled due to let's say insubordination and the betrayal of trust and the other things that surrounds it. And now he went and joined another, will I say, enemy of our people, and then become a secretary there. And somebody he was a secretary has come all the time on social media, declare Igbos must be wiped out, wielding their AK-47 in the open. If I were to be him, honestly, I would not ever come on social media and utter any word. Because Ucheme, from when he was with us, he was against everything that has to do with the violence. He was against it. He knows that IPOB is never of violence. They always want to go through the normal self-determination processes. Now he himself now abandoned IPOB, went and joined somebody who he is a secretary to, coming out on the open and threatening and calling for genocide against Ndib, which is this guy, Asaredo. And he himself will come out in the open and be blackmailing IPOB, calling them IPONC, calling them all these kinds of names. The same guy went and appear on autopilot, fundraising. He also know that the leader of autopilot or the ruler of autopilot is also being, arrested for terrorism. Isn't it? Now, you can understand that removing him from IPOB leadership or IPOB DOS is really, really justified, because people did not understand when this thing happened. They were thinking that there are particular people who want to remain in the leadership. There are people who want to take over. There are this, there are that. And this thing, they begin to carry rumors and everything all over the place. And now look at the same Ucheme for now. All of them were supporting at the time when he was removed. When he was removed, people were saying that this is an injustice. IPOB is doing this and doing that. There is somebody who is black. And this is a guy now who is the secretary to Asare the government in exile, that have come out in the public and called for the massacring of Igbo people, not only calling for massacring of Igbo people, we even gone all over the place on the social media. And this is somebody who is defending. And the same other pilots that have been dead, that have murdered people. You can now see that IPOB leadership knows what they are doing. Once they perceive anything that is threat against the people, they will always react on it. Now, this has been also a kind of proof. If people are doubting the integrity and the resilience of those who are serving in IPOB leadership, they will now know that they meant well for our people. Thank you very much, Mazi.
Thank you very much. Yes, I wouldn't want us to dwell much on Ucheme in this program, so that we will not be distracted from our discussion, because we all know that it is quite a long story, and unfortunately, we have seen some level of compromises here and there on his part, simply showing that he does not have any specific guiding principle. Considering the role he has played, working with Asare Dokubo, and also being a patriotic secret member of the autopilot that have actually committed a lot of crime against our people, which he, at the time that at the launch of ESN, said that he wasn't ready to be part of defending our people in the bush, but he ended up becoming part of a gang.
Those are that are not.
Yes, so, but I don't want us to dwell on that.
Yes, Mazi, just the reason why, because you ask a question, why some members of the US were removed from the DOS or sacked, if I'm allowed to use that word. And that's I now give example because Uchemefo was a member of DOS, and the reason he was sacked, he has now displayed that before everyone. In case people were asking, or people are still, playing, what do you call it, having a soft spot for the guy. So it is your questions that lead me to explain to certain individuals. Like, I wouldn't want to go to the whole lot of them, George Oniba and all the rest of them that have been sacked from the IPO video. And you can see the activities today. They are the one that are actually supporting those who are murdering us back home. Maz, are you there? All right. Okay. So I was saying, that the question he asked is what I try to explain to our people here, so they will understand that once IPOB leadership says something, people should also pay attention to the details of why they take any action they take, because no individual in the US will ever that ever come out and make any declaration on anything that will hurt our people. They always consider a lot of deliberation goes into the leadership. It's not a place of one individual's showmanship.
Thank you very much, Mazi. That was absolutely clear. Just like we said earlier, that we've seen series of turbulence here and there, and it is quite understandable the challenges the leadership have to face when it comes to dealing and managing the daily activities of IPOB. How has the leadership managed its own internal challenges? Yes, Mazi Ayobai is out. I wish that he returns back for us to continue, because I would like to ask him, how has the leadership, outside managing the structures, how has the leadership been able to manage its own internal challenges? Because we know that it's never perfect when you have very intelligent people coming together to dialogue on issues. That there are points definitely where you have to have certain level of disagreement here and there, trying to find a way in resolving issues. How has the leadership and the Directorate of State been able to manage some of these internal differences when it comes to trying to deliberate and make decisions for the struggle? I don't know if Mazi Ayobai is there. Okay. Yes. Do you understand the question I was trying to ask?
Yeah, the question is, I get you, but partly I think I have also explained that in my previous presentation here. The leadership working, how they manage internal issues. As I said, we have all the zonal coordinators.
No. That you've answered that. But when it comes to, like I said, when you have men, women coming together to make deliberation. For example, there is a topic on the table and you see people deliberating. The Directorate of State deliberating. You are not, I believe that you are not all just going to agree in tandem. There are some people are going to see things differently. They are going to have different views, and people are going to, within the directorate, obviously, because these are very intelligent people, you do not expect them to agree at all time on issues. Now, when you have your disagreement deliberating on issues, how do you manage some of these internal disagreement and differences?
Mazi, I must tell you the honest truth. In IPOB internal hierarchies, as I said, I will tell you now, 99%, let's say, if I'm allowed to use that, let me just give it 98% of all IPOB leadership understand the reason why we are in the leadership in the first place. Understanding there is very, very crucial to whatever we are doing. This is not a place of politics that you have to play politics of interest. Everyone concerns there is our people back home. That is the main fear factor of being together as a people coming from different continents and trying to mediate and also find a way to protect our land. So nobody has any personal interest or looking at somebody, this person, why you're doing this, and I think there is something you're looking to get from this. You want to push this to your own side so that you benefit either financially or otherwise. So there is nothing like that. This is my own personal observation. So there hasn't been any kind of squabbling when it comes to decision making. Everybody will bring their honest understanding and what they think that is right, the best way forward. And once it makes sense to everyone, everyone agrees. There's no kind of backbiting. And those who have ulterior motive also have been kicked out already because and the people have seen the reason why they have been removed from the movement because like I said, it's all about our people, the safety and the protection of our race. That's what matters to everyone, every individual that is in the IPOB leadership. That's my own personal observation.
So Mazi, what you are saying is that at every point in time, that the issue of our people is paramount when it comes to, that the issue of our people are put forward without making without any personal interest whatsoever.
Exactly, Mas. I will tell you, 99.999% is just for our people, nothing more, nothing less. I have not observed any kind of personal interest whenever we are having our meeting, except those who are criminally minded somehow, which I don't know. I don't want to mention much names here, but people like George Enyibe that is, one of those reasons Mazi Nnamdi Kanu always say that a hungry man cannot do freedom fighting. Some of them, are depending on what they will gain from IPOB because they see how those in diaspora love our people back home, and sometimes they want to play on that sentiment just to see what they can gain on individuals. But apart from that, all the members of DOS, most of them, they are eating well. They are not hungry people. They are well established wherever they are. So they put more of their time, more of their effort, more of everything they have with their family. It's not easy. There are some meetings that can last almost 7 hours. So you can imagine somebody working and you are in a meeting of 7 hours just talking about the well-being of our people, the concern of our people, everything that has to do with our people. So it's not an easy meeting to have sometimes. Anytime DOS have meeting, they will not spend anything between 5 to 7 hours. And you know what that is in Europe. And these people, like I said, nobody is being paid. None of them is being paid, so they put their time and money. So that's why that kind of misunderstanding doesn't really, exist there. Everybody will talk their hearts, bring suggestion that will benefit our people much more than, personal interest. So this is my own little observation in the DOS and IPOB leadership.
Thank you very much. It's important that we ask some of these questions because, people who are from outside looking at the DOS might not understand how the Directorate of State is functioning internally. So that is why it's important that when we ask some of these questions, it gives us the opportunity to explain better to our people and our audience how the Directorate, especially how it is structured presently, where a lot of people who could no longer function were being removed. Prior to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kidnapped in Kenya and post his kidnap from Kenya. So I believe that that cordial relationship is there, and despite the fact that at some point we also saw some people say that the DOS have become a cabal, and I believe that making that reference as a cabal attests to the cordial relationship you all enjoy within the circle to be able to push the interests of our people forward. Now, we have seen a lot of Biafra, not just me, have seen you very, very prominent in the media. Do you double yourself also, apart from being a member of the Directorate of State, do you see double as a media warrior?
Maz, that's a very, very interesting question. Maz, I'm not a media warrior, neither a media personnel. I am just, when you love your people so much, you can do whatever you can just to see through the suffering of our people. You and I know here that we do not have money here, but somehow we are living comfortably. So seeing me on media once in a while is just the passion and love I have for my people. I'm not being paid; it's my time, and it's my also money that how can I help our people? So this is why you see me sometimes here, and I can see our people sometimes very vulnerable. You must have seen that yourself, that our people are vulnerable. There is no one speaking for them. When they cry, they don't hear from anybody. Our elders back home are not speaking out. Our politicians are not defending. They are not speaking out. Sometimes going to social media, seeing the ordeal our people going through as a race, sometimes, it bothers. Nobody in their right mind will go to bed and sleep comfortably once you go out there on the social media, or once you put a call across home. You'll be hearing all this sad news and all this situation our people going through. So it's a kind of a way of creating awareness of what our race are going through, that nobody's talking about it. BBC doesn't speak about it. CNN doesn't speak about it. Nobody tell our own story, except if not some of us that are here that is actually creating those awareness. That's why you see me sometimes when I look at those things, I will be heartbreaking, and I will just come out to see, create awareness. Those who are not paying attention to what their fellow Biafrans are going through back home will begin now to pay attention, and we also wake our people minds up, and also the emancipation as well, which we have seen a lot of results today. If not, there are people that are speaking, people on the social media like us that are speaking, which we are not doing content. We don't receive anything, nothing whatsoever. Our page are not monetized whatsoever. So, if not the things we are doing, our people will never understand the danger and the kind of politics they've been played and how much they've been hated. P2B is a prime example of what has happened to our people, and the massacring of our people on a daily basis on notice. So a lot of people are not speaking out. So that's why you see me sometimes being also in this Biafra registration movement and a part of it. To see something going wrong, how our people are being annihilated all over the place, then I will keep quiet and I will be going to my work, pretending like it doesn't concern me. I'm no longer there. So whatever that is going on, they let it continue since they are not paying attention. So that's why you see me sometimes I will come out also to voice out and speak for those who
make your own contribution.
Yeah, exactly. So that is why you see me.
Talking about the media, we have seen certain controversial issues that are related to the religion, to religion and Christian religion specifically. And we have seen you on many occasions come out, to voice your opinion on the issue of Christian religion. This one now is a direct personal question, because there are a lot of people who believe that there is a war against Christianity within the IPOB circle. A lot of people believe that certain individuals have hijacked IPOB to fight religious battle. Can you give us a little clarity on this assumption and your position when it has to do with religion? Because it's very, very important that some of these issues are put into a better perspective to possibly correct wrong impressions, especially on your own personal stand when it has to do with the issue of Christian religion in Biafra struggle. Yes.
Yes, Mazi, thank you again. The issue of religion is something that also gives me concern of the damage it has caused to our people. People may not understand it. First of all, I'm somebody that is very, very religious. Looking at my name, you will know the kind of family background in which I come from. So it's not even that the struggle has to do, the struggle that I'm in has anything to do with it. When I was back home between 30 years ago, there are some observations that I've made then back home, which I have searched for an answer. Remember, there is no internet in those days back home. You cannot make any further research. There's no library where you can go and do research and read and check some certain things that is not taught in your school. So we were kind of being put in a particular direction that you do not have any solution or question if you get a bit confused. Because those who introduce that type of act has ulterior motive. They want you to end in a particular way, which will be very destructive to yourself, your race, and to the society. Now, if you come to my community where I come from, I can count, as younger as I am that time, you can count about 10 to 20 ladies who were not married, because they said they married to a particular, foreign, introduction they gave them. Why is that a concern? In those days, I remember when Deeper Life Church started making their wave into our areas, because it came very late. I think they said that it was found in 1973, almost immediately after the war, but in Yoruba land. But it started making wave, within 1990, down upwards. That's the time this kind of religion started coming into our place. And it wasn't there before the war. It wasn't like this. That's why our people were able to mobilize themselves to counter the invasion of the army of destruction. Because if it was there, like the way we are seeing it now, you can see the difficulties we are countering now. People are living in delusion and in self-denial. That is what we are countering now. You see danger, you say that something else will protect you, and you will die in process. Another person will also be waiting for his death. It's like we've been sentenced with this particular type of atmosphere that they introduce us.
A kind of committing your fight to God to come and fight for you.
Exactly. So, Mazi, in those days, so I saw there is very striking thing which I have been asking the question in those days before I managed to find myself in the Western world. Some young ladies who some of these Deeper Life, because these are the churches that are actually coming with will I say that is ravaging our own area at that time. Deeper Life and the other ACU and the Charismatic, they start coming. And when these churches were coming, all right, our young ladies those days, as a teenager, those days, you see, once they get encounter with this particular type of Christianity or religion, they became rebel to their parents. They become troublesome to the family. They become a thorn in the flesh of the families, because they said they have found a new trend for them. Prayer warriors, they call themselves. They begin to leave the family activities and now, focusing totally on this new doctrine they have been introduced. So they start seeing their parents as people who are not believers, who doesn't want them to go to heaven. It becomes a very, contagious disease that is spreading rapidly within.
A divisive kind of.
Exactly. So I was seeing that as a youth. The boys were a little bit laid back, but the girls were completely taken away from their parents. This is what I was seeing that time, without even knowing all these things. And I knew as a young boy growing up that there's something wrong with this. You cannot say because you have joined a new doctrine, your parents become your enemy, your brothers become your enemy, everybody in the family become your enemy because you think that they are not doing it. Somebody have brainwashed you. Now you refuse now to be answerable to your father. Your father will give instruction, you won't carry it out to your mother. And a lot of parents lost their children. Some of them have, it's looking at their children slipping away right before in front of them, and no one to help. And I knew this is something is wrong with this. There is something wrong with this particular religion. But who can clarify this situation? This wave of new trend of churches that is coming into our society now, disconnecting us from Ebamba and Abanolo, disconnecting us from community cohesion and working together, summoning community meeting, and the boys will come out, the girls will be sitting at the background and watching how.
So obviously trying to detach the people from their culture.
Exactly. So personally, even me being a member of Assemblies of God, I knew something is wrong. And these children will be going to night vigil or all night, whatever they can't cook anymore in the family. They become they become a very terrible, tone on the flesh of the families. It doesn't only affect the parents, it affects everybody in that family that does not agree with them. So now, coming to abroad, as time goes on, I'm still in church even till today. But then I begin to do some little research. I begin to gain access to some information after the internet become easy for us to have access to. And then what exploded the whole thing is when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came on Radio Biafra. Then I discovered Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Or at the same way I was doing some researches and then discover the voice of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And then find out the time he's doing program in the US. Sometimes he'll be broadcasting from US. Sometimes he'll be broadcasting from London. Sometimes once in a day. There are sometimes he goes twice in a day. So I begin to pay attention. And once he says something, he will say, go and do research. He will say something, he will not explain it to the best way you want to understand. He will ask you, go and do research about this. And when I do research, I discover a lot of disturbing things that you cannot post them on social media. The way the slave happened, those who were involved, church were heavily involved in the slavery back home. Church were involved in a lot of atrocities committed against our people. Killing of twins, the church were involved. Salasia, Mary Selassie was the one, which is the BBC reporter, a British BBC reporter, was the one that spread this fake news. The Douglas you are seeing in Owerri today, the Douglas Road, massacred a lot of Mbise people. Go and check. Douglas you're looking at, they gave a name of our street in Owerri today, massacred thousands of our people. He leveled Mbise from Ayazu to Mbise. He leveled the whole entire Mbise. He used the British Army. That's a story of another day. All right. So there's a lot of things that I discovered. I said, my goodness me. And now, even also looking at the way these people are also displaying the inhuman treatment of our people on the internet today, saying that they're doing deliverance. Mazi, it's only a mad person. In fact, almost 30 years of my life in Europe, I have been working with white people. The whole entire time of my time in Europe, I've been working with white people. And I have seen how they reason, how they solve problems, going back to the root of the cause of the problem, rather than cutting it on the top. So, and I have seen how they have protected their society and also protect what their culture. Then I start comparing those things that they're doing with our own. And also seeing some of our eight feasts in European museums here and there.
The artifacts.
And I'll be asking myself, some of these things we are missing in my community. There is one that they cut their neck. They break the neck and carry the head of the Ikro, the one that they're stationed in the market. 3 of them, their head were removed. It happens in my presence. And all of them were found here in Europe. Somebody paid our people to come and remove those things, cut their heads. And it happens across Imo State and the Igbo land. Anybody who is aware of this thing, these stories that I'm telling you, 1990s and stuff, it's a wave of things that happened within the whole.
Mazi, the issue of religion is an elaborate discussion. It's not something we can handle, completely on this program. I would like I would like the number to be put on the screen because we are going to start taking calls. Please, number on the screen +39 388 177 9665 +39 388 177 9665. I hope that number comes on board so that we'll give our people the opportunity to call in, make their contribution, and also ask their question if the need be. I know that religion had been, especially when it comes to the Bible. I was a Bible student. I also participated in a lot of religious activities growing up. The way the Christian religion penetrated the entire eastern region and the Igbo land, it was, and it's still massive. But I believe that as much as we understand the damages, we also have seen how the operators of this religion have taken advantage of the poverty, how they've taken advantage of the ignorance, and they've taken advantage of the situation our people have found themselves by trying to. That is why I said it is an elaborate discussion. People merchandising products like olive oil, water, and candle, and some of these things, presenting them as a source of solution to physical problems and problems that are resolvable by human capacity and reasoning. So it's not an issue because it's a very, very huge topic. If we continue to yes, go ahead.
Just in addition to that, I have no issue. Like I'm once one of people who are living in delusion and in denial in this religion. So I'm not talking from outside. I'm not saying that I'm criticizing or just. I'm talking from the experience and also somebody who have been an insider of this who was born inside this kind of doctrine and grew up and realized that I've been told lie. I've been misleaded. I've wasted a lot of resources. Nobody can give tithe how much I used to give in a church. I give 100% tithe and offering. Now, the most painful part of this, Mazi, which I wish I could have reversed the hand clock back, that would have helped me a lot. The most painful part of it, even though that I tried my best, I brought my mom to overseas. So for information, so in case I'm saying something that people think that I didn't do anything, so I have to explain that I brought my mom here and he spent a lot of time with me. So single-handedly I did it, so, but the opportunity that I would have spent with my mom, the wealth that I would have spent with the woman that gave birth to me, carry me in her back, go in the toil in the sun, toil in the rain, make sure that I did not die out of diseases, grew me up, send me to school, until I grew up, find my way in Europe. No other person helped me other than my family and my parents. No other helped me. The very first of my money, earned money here in the Western world, should have gone directly to my parents, those who suffered heavily, those who make sure that I survive and grow up as an adult. But these people who contributed nothing, anybody here can come here and tell me, from your child, your mom gave birth to you. How does these people connected to you? Were they there when you were sick, your mom were nursing you to grow up? Were they there when your mommy were selling everything, going to bush and doing everything that she can do just to raise money to send you to school? They were not there. You grow up and they will say that you should give them the 10% of what you have earned instead of giving that to your mom, who could have allowed nature to destroy you. You see, this is a sacrilege these people have make us to commit against our parents. Now, my mom is not here today. The little time I managed to bring her here, that was I feel it wasn't enough for me. The so-called men of God and pastors, they ate the largest wealth, suffering that I made than my parents, who gave everything for me. It's a sacrilege, and this thing must stop. We should look after our parents. We should pay attention to those who meant well for us. Those community brothers and sisters, uncles and friends who were there when you were growing up. You remember in those days, once something happened in a community, if you're going somewhere and do something bad, your community people, once they spotted you out there, they said that this is a child of this person. When we go home, we will tell your parents what the nonsense you're doing, nuisance you're committing and you will never come home that day, because you know that your community brother, your community relative have seen you outside doing something stupid. And this is why we remain who we are till this adult now. And now look at this generation who did not experience that these so-called church pastors have taken over to. Look at the kind of mindset of the generation we have now is exhibiting back home. Now, we are not against, like I said, I'm not against any religion or whatever. I'm not against it. If Christianity have brought us together at the face of adversary, I will have no problem, honestly, despite everything that they have done to us. But the whole thing is that it has divided families. It has created enmities in the community. It has created enmity in the family. It has detached us. It has break umbilical cord that held us together as a people, as a race, as a brothers and sisters. This is where they stay there and they sow a seed of discord. Somebody will tell you that your mother doesn't want your success. Your father or your relative, your uncle your community members doesn't want your success. When we know in those days that before somebody will go to overseas, the community will come around and contribute money and send one of them to go overseas and study and come back and come and establish. And these people came all of a sudden in this early 90s and cut those things that have protected us all this while, that have made us to survive the 1967 war, genocidal war. So these are the things we are trying to educate our people. Go back to our roots. We have been saying go back to our roots. People were condemning us for saying that, using that word. But Mark Zuckerberg have come recently now. So Mark Zuckerberg had come recently now. Use the same exact word, going back to your roots. That some of these so-called believers condemning us using the word that we're saying we're going back to. Who told you that?
You said that Mark Zuckerberg have been following some of your debates online.
He watches when we speak now. He's not stupid. Nnamdi is stupid, Mazi. Nnamdi is selfish. When otherwise they would have removed us from social media now. They know that they are learning as well. And that's why you see some of them now also they speak. Mark Zuckerberg did not speak that out of the blue. They are the one that is censoring our messages sometimes. But all of a sudden, he come out. He would have used other words now and explain himself. But he used the same exact word that we are using here, going back to your roots. Now, would they condemn it? They wouldn't, because he come from Wabeke now. I have said it here, and I must repeat it in this program. If they want, let them take it or not. If the so-called Jesus is to come to this world as a black man will reject it. Obia as Onishoji, believe me, a black man will reject it. This is exactly how they're rejecting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu now. They don't understand the work he came to do. And they brought a look-alike, a fake, who came and within the space of 3 years, more than 5 to 10,000 Igbo men and women have been destroyed. Houses that worth billions of dollars and nairas have been destroyed because of, they brought a fake to use it to fight you, and he did not detect it.
Obviously, because wherever you have original, there will always be counterfeit.
Exactly.
So now, that brings us to the issue of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We saw the post that has to do with Sheyi Tinubu and the negotiation they had with the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. When you got that message, what was your reaction?
Mazi, I'm going to take a little bit
before you respond to that, I want to remind our people that the number to call is on the screen. For those of you who want to call and who feel you have a contribution to make, the number is on the screen, +3938, because we'll be running off this program very soon. Plus 3938817796665. Call in, ask your question, or make your contribution. Mazi, go ahead.
Mazi, I'm going to take a little bit time now just to explain this. It's something that needs a lot of time, but let me just break it just as much, in piece by piece, as much as I can. The Sai and his father led the most smartest game and politics on our people than anyone you have ever come across in so-called Sub-Saharan Africa. Okay? And it's a very, very disturbing one. We try, IPOB leadership, they know how to exercise patience. And that is why what we are trying to explain to our people here. In a situation like this, of this kind of movement that is very sensitive, listening and discipline is very, very important. And also, learning how to follow instructions and leadership is very, very important, which our people have lacked this for many, many years. I don't blame them. They've lacked this coordination and leadership after the war. There's nobody that our people have that to represent our people back home and also on the international stage, which I have already said it several times, both in my presentation and also on Radio Biafra. If our people have had somebody who is speaking for them both home and abroad, it would have been easy to be able to coordinate our people. We are allowed to be run like headless chicken for many years, and these pastors also find opportunity to take the whole space and pull everybody, drag as much crowd as they want, and they've been brainwashed and been given different sort of prophecies. Each one is given his own follower.
But the question I asked you was about the Sheyi Tinubu and the Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes, Mazi, I'm coming to that.
Controversial deal. But
yes,
before you proceed, let us take our first caller. I hope that this caller will not distract us from this interaction on this particular topic, but notwithstanding, because I know more calls will be coming in while we proceed. Hello, caller. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mazi Patrick. Good evening from here.
Yeah, good evening. Tell us your name and where you are calling from, please.
My name is Eke Kalo. I was listening to your program this evening. In fact, what got me interested is when you mentioned Uche Mefo. I want to ask Mazi Azayoba, don't you think that Uche Mefo is an infiltrator? Because the way I see Uche, there was a time our leader was on a program. He said that one of us was arrested, that we should pray for him. And within a short time, we never told everybody that it was Uche Mefo, his deputy, who was arrested. But as time goes on, we find out that it was Uche Mefo. And after that arrest, to me as a person, I see it as when the British M16 recruited Uche Mefo to become an expert, giving every information about IPOB to the British intelligence. He was there to me, serving as double agent. Mind you, it was Uche Mefo who recruited George Onibe. And George Onibe, within 1 month of his recruitment, he was also blackmailed. He was arrested even when we all never knew that George Onibe was the African rep. Then he was also persuaded to, the way my own personal analysis, the way I am, that was what was happening with us. But since then, that Uche Mefo has always been there as an infiltrator, and has always been there to give information to the British government, and at the same time pass the information down to Nigeria. Any move that IPOB want to make, before you would start it, already the information will be already at ground. So they cannot carry out that thing again. Thank you, and well done for your good job.
Thank you very much. Mazi, before we go back, I don't want us to dwell much on Uche Mefo on this particular program. He has made his point. Quite understandable. I'm not in a position to make any conclusion as regards to Uche Mefo being an infiltrator or the role he has played. Because we also remember, how he fought very hard when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was detained. Maybe, I don't know. But I want us to address the issue of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's siblings and the Sheyi Tinubu agreement. Caller, hold on, please. We'll be back to you. Yeah, Mazi.
Okay. As I was saying earlier, I need a lot of time to analyze what happened. Probably in the next coming days or weeks, if I have time, I will do that. But let me just give a kind of synopsis here. As I said, that Tinubu played Sayi played a very smart game to protect his dad, which is very, very disturbing. That they found a soft spot to play that game, which I will explain this in a layman's understanding now. The father was contesting for election, and with IPOB in presence, I'm just going to break it in just in a halfway. And IPOB have become something that is disturbing them in the East. And due to, as I said before, our Igbo politicians, or will I say the Eastern politicians, both from the coastal region and upland, Our people do not understand politics. I've said this several times. They don't understand politics. They don't understand it. They don't know what is politics. They play politics of self-destruction. And because they are ignorant of the reality of life, this is why everybody is in a mess. Every other race in Nigeria play a very safe politics that of the interest of their own people. It's only when it comes to the East, which I don't know. I don't want to go. I don't want our program here to be diverted, as you said, for something else. I would have said that a lot of this issue of church and religion we're talking about is a part of it, because our people, we are just misinformed not to face the reality of life. As I said before, if anything happens now, what will be the future of the generation of the East? Nothing. There's no plan whatsoever. No plan whatsoever in the next 2 years, in the next 3 years, in the next 5 years, in the next 15 to 20 years. There is no plan whatsoever in the whole entire East. Now, look at Ndofeman. They have been putting a lot of things in place, building their Lagos, their Dubai in Lagos. You can see their money. You can see how both putting trends.
They were even able to build their own security structure, which is
exactly. Exactly.
That the governors they have the authority, they have the mandate, they have the capacity to have been able to come together to protect our land, but they failed. That
exactly. Now, Mazi, now I'm coming. That's why I needed a time to build the background before hitting this question now you ask me. But let me just I'm going to now, looking at the structure, when these people are setting up their places, they played a very intelligent one. They have their Motokun, they have their Oduduwa movement. Mazi, all these things are geared to what is the interest of their people now to seize power. Get that? Just to seize power. I'm just making a summary of this because I don't go to the full details. I'm not happen here. So now they have planned all these years. They have where they are going, which is the East don't have where they are going. The North, the Fulanis, has where they are going, but they are riding at the back of the houses to achieve that. The Yorubas, government that understand this game also plan their own. Now in the East, there is nothing like that. It's only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that understand what is unfolding, and he started galvanizing and start building our people. And now, thinking that our politicians and our political elites and the community leaders will understand and tap on that, they missed it. Now, what happened? Tinubu played a smart game. Now, for him to legitimize his or solidify his presidency, he needs to do something. He went and tapped on the back of Amotokun that have been in place. Now, on when the hand send the signal, there are people hand send the signal. Who are the people hand send the signal? The colonial masters who where Nigeria, as the case may be, and also sending signal to Ndi Fulani, also who are the main juggernauts of the into the arena. So now, in essence, you know now, and well, let me na my area. Either you agree or you don't agree. Abasa the whole thing. Now he played this particular game very, very well, and he made use of everything that is available. I'm coming to the question you ask now. Just pay attention. He make use of everything that is available for him. How did he make use of them? He made use of Oduduwa. Then Igboho was there. You understand? Igboho was there, leading the Oduduwa movement. The Amotokun was formed as the police and the paramilitary of the Oduduwa in case if East didn't go, now what will go? Now, What did he do? In order to carry every support that he requires, even though that is somebody that have a history. Ndị ofe mmanụ, ụmụnne ya knows that he has a history of bad as a bad child. Let me put it that way. Okay, so they couldn't have trusted him. But for him to get where he's going without too much stress, he went and paid allegiance to his people by going to Oduduwa Convention, sit down there, sang Oduduwa national anthem that is different from the Nigerian national anthem he's going to represent or he's contesting with. Do you see that? Now, Oduduwa was here as the hidden child. Promised them that for the interest of the Oduduwas, as the case may be. But he will be there as the Nigerian president, but the interest is for the people. Now he get that support from that angle. Now, looking at the East, have already, established with IPOB. What did he have to do? Or says, okay, now the thing I have to do now is to play a very intelligent one. He found a way to connect to Nnamdi Kanu. Do you get that? Now, how did he connect to the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? He connects them, being a bag of money. Now, their interest is to whether, play a kind of smart one, use your brother's influence and create kind of confusion within the East. And also their boy, which was arrested recently in Finland, was there. They were all connected into what happened in the East, how he won those elections. Remember the guy in Finland was also, he gave an order to the 5 eastern states not to come out and vote, so that we'll seize the opportunity for this man to win. That's a very clever one. At the same time, he played on the coastal region. He bring that the other one in. Menyak or one of, he's going to work with him. Our people in the coastal region now, who they fought from their big brothers from the upland, think that now these guys here and there in the coast. Maybe through him, a lot of people will be appointed into his government. So this guy now make wave all over the place. He used that one, and also our brother Mwike. He collected their vote from there. Let me just put it, even though they didn't, but he collected that support.
Actually, no vote was collected in River.
Exactly. Well, he collected for the vote. Exactly.
Because this caller have been here for a very long time now.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Before we go back to this discussion, hello, caller. Welcome to the program. Good evening.
Okay, thank you for allowing me. There's something I heard about Mazi saying something that interested me, and which I don't blame him, but I just want to shed light to it. He said, Christ, if Christ come back as a black person, people will revolt. Yes. And I don't blame him for saying that, but I want to, before I make my decision, let me go back to the history. It is the intention, that was the intention why, not, let me just say, it's not all white. It is the globalists, the racists, and the haters and globalists. Those are the ones that came in with esoteric power, with secret power, that brought religion and democracy to kill, destroy, enslave, and extort things from Africa, making themselves look like heaven, that is saviors. But in reality, they came to destroy everything that we have, knowing fully well that we have language, we have tradition, we have education, we have everything. And they succeeded in bringing that, right? Then the question is, yes, this is what they did. But I did a video last year in Lagos about the effect of Christian religion to Africa and Igbo people or Nigeria. It is the way, there are two ways. It is the way we took the religion that matters affected us because of out of poverty. Remember what you said. I grew up in Assemblies of God too. But I never, my mind was telling me, don't go forward, don't go forward. I was interested in my education. And when I was working in Central Bank, Anoliefo, the chairman of NAMCO, wanted me to go to Debona James Germany, represent NAMCO, and then leave for Central Bank. And then he promised me Mercedes 200 to give to my dad. But I have to belong to secret society. My God that I serve gave me the inclination which aligned spiritually that education was my priority, not money. If I had followed that path, I could have died. So it is the way that people take religion, even though that they came to destroy and they succeeded. Then let me go back to this, right? To this. They destroyed and brought some fake things about Africa to subjugate us to say that we don't. For the information, for your information and information of the people, the original ancient Hebrews, Israelites, were Africans. That is, we documented the Bible. Moses, Solomon, and all the rest of them. We documented the Bible in the Hebrew language, Igbo and whatever. They stole those things, technology and whatever. Stole it, go back to Ethiopian, Greco-Roman, and translated it to Greek, and added something, took away. Do you know, I don't know if you people know, that Igbo people, our grandfather was God, the seer, which I am working on, researching now. God, the seer. Even there's a movement now. Good whites are telling the world about how Europeans, Greco-Roman, extorted things from Africa, language and civilization. Even Dr. Phil Wenger from Republic of Congo Republic. He was involved in Egyptology. He tried to turn the narratives about how Europeans destroyed Africa and turned things upside down. So what we are seeing now is that there's a new wave of the truth coming out for us to go back to our root. I believe in it. What you people are saying, I believe in it. Going back to our root is not if I don't say. It's omena ordinala or the bendi or fonogu. Another thing that I want to mention is that, do you know that 90% of people taken out of slavery came to America or whatever, and Haiti? We are mostly Igbo people. And there is a site in US here, Savannah, Georgia, where the Igbos, one of them was a chief, refused to be a slave, and they changed themselves and drowned in the Savannah, Georgia, and say, God, we are going back to God. So the Igbos, we don't even know ourselves. Our enemies know us more than we know ourselves. That is why we take things for granted. To land, Christ is coming back as a black person, whether people like it or not. He's coming back as a black man. He's never been this. It is the Europeans, Greek-Roman, who rejected him, killed him. They forced us they raped us. They came from Greco to Africa, Egypt. It's a history that I'm working on now. And Holy Land, and then force us to call us. It's called crossbreeding by force. That is rape. They did this, multiplied. Pontius Pilate, people that killed Jesus. What do you call it? The Roman emperor. He directed, killed Jesus. Why did he kill Jesus? Because he was black minority. in that thing. Just like they killed Martin Luther King. So to say that Christ will come back as a black person, he was black and it's coming and it's happening. This the people that are in Israel now, they were the same people that rejected Jesus Christ. They call themselves Jewish, so they are not Jews. And the Bible said that it's not everybody that call themselves Jews are Jews. Revelation 29:19. So if they call themselves Jewish, they are not Israelites.
Mazi, do you have anything to say? Because the teaching is.
Okay. If he can listen from the background, that'll be you can. Thank you, Mazi, for your call. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Thank you very much for that contribution.
All right, thank you very much,
Mazi.
Mazi. We are who we are, so we do not come from anywhere. We are Igbo people, and we remain Igbo people, and we are proud of Igbo. We are. So let's just leave it there now, so that we won't miss exactly
the question. The attention.
Yes. So now, looking at the game these people played, so they went to Mbamri, they use Mwike, and they use Asari. And to the extent, they made Asari came to carry his boys. He went to Abuja. He thought that he was used. Then later on, this man cut him off and even cut all the amnesty, the money that they give to them, which got him mad now. Now coming to our own side, where he played a very good one. Now he played also Ndo Kochukwu. This is the only man who formed fake bishop, use it to bargain his ambition. While the real Ndo Kochukwu, none of the bishops ever talk, none of the pastors talk, none of them challenge people who this man brought as the bishops to represent them on their behalf. Their power of prayer, their power of binding and losing didn't get to that. They were there sitting silently. Somebody brought a fake bishop and pastors to represent them and to achieve what his intention were. Now, this is also how this man also played using his son, making these ones look like they are going to be important. These guys forget their own brother. They forget their own brother. What was interest of their own is the money and probably one kind of appointment they think they will get after everything we're done. But the thing that I don't understand is whether they want their brother, whether they want their brother to be alive or there is something that only them within their family that will explain that to the public if they want, because it's a funny thing. Looking their behavior, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped in Kenya and rendition, nobody knows. This man was tortured for 8 days. And this guy was communicating with those who were holding his brother and torturing him. And he never ever said it to the public. We did not even know. The movement we are going, the fundraising for ESN we are going, nobody, it's just that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, as he normally appear within 2 or 3 days on radio, has not showed up. Then it becomes a concern to the leadership. Then Mazi Chike, the appointment he's supposed to have, he had with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he didn't show up in the appointment. Then he began to scramble for where is he? This is unusual. Exactly. This is unusual. Somebody that I have an appointment with by 7 o'clock, he didn't show up. And what is going on? And his number was switched off, no way to reach out to him. Then he began to make contact, called his own brother. When this thing were into 2 or 3 days, less than even 3 days, this thing happened. This guy is so heartless, he could not reveal to Mazi Chike Doziem, the head of Reuters, or Mazi Chinasanwuru, that their brother had been kidnapped or he's in the hands of the enemy. He didn't say it. He was saying that
under another condition, maybe he would have told them to. Let me just allow me to take a breath.
We have to say it.
No, I'm trying to take a breath because, Mazi, for me, it is quite deeper than
honestly
I can see.
Honestly.
Considering the fact that outside Mazi Chike Doziem, outside Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that Chike Doziem is next in line. If there was any reason to have kept Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kidnapping confidential, he would have simply communicated that to Mazi Chike Doziem, explaining to him that it is confidential.
Exactly.
That there are negotiations going on behind the back.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? So, obviously,
he was busy, Mazi.
Yes. Rather, he lied.
He was, because he was busy negotiating whatever money that he need to bargain. It's an agreement. He was involved in the whole plot. He was involved with it. So he was busy negotiating, talking, whether they promise him whether they're not promising him. The only end result that would have been is that the public. While this thing were going on, those who were also involved in America were busy blasting the leadership and creating nuisance. And there was something that was going on people did not know that time. A lot of these people in America begin to infiltrate IPOB zonal meetings and the national meetings across the whole globe, trying to change the demographic. Do you understand? It was terrible. Nobody knew what was going on. So that once Mazi Nnamdi Kanu plan, because that was the end result they were waiting for. So now they will come up with they will come up with this shenanigans Mazi Chike Doziem and the DOS in Mosel, because onye cause them will go prophecy already. That our people are going to desert the DOS. So there is this, incitement they are planting in the psyche of our people against this movement, so that our people will be the one that will attack the movement itself. It won't even come from the government. It will be our people that will destroy themselves. It was a very terrible plot. And this guy that is called the siblings are the one that involved. Even the lawyer also involved. The brilliant was involved as well. Was also busy dishing out on Twitter saying that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is going to the mountain to collect 10 tablets. He look at the statement. 3 of them were blasting on the same. They were going in the same direction when the public did not even know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
And now you talked about religion as well, where prophecies were made, and you see how the religion now comes in again. Understanding the mindset of our people, how deep the religion have eaten our people. And I also remember that somebody was using the name of Elohim. Also another religious perspective, to go into the mind of our people, because they understand that the moment they hear the name of Elohim, Jesus Christ, and our people will, their spirit will, they will become weak. Let us take this caller. Hello, caller. Welcome to the program.
Yes, good evening, Mazi. My name is Mazi Joseph. I'm calling from India. I have 2 questions I would like to ask Mazi Azayoba. One goes to, in regard to the visit of President Ahmed Tinubu to the Enugu in Eastern region, which he embarked upon last week. And we kind of looked into the whole scenario of what happened in that very meeting. There was no one who was able to raise the issue of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the release of our leader from that very meeting. And they raised a very critical concern. So this leads me to the question I want to ask, which is there, does that mean that the Directorate of State doesn't have a direct contact, like make a direct contact to the governors, the senators, and the House of the Representatives from our region? Because if there is anything like that, I think IPOB should be presenting our own agendas in opportunity like that. Whenever a president visits our region, we should be, presenting our agendas to our governors to be able to bring it to the limelight or for a discourse. So my first question is, does it mean that IPOB leadership doesn't connect directly, like make a direct call to our politicians like the governors and the lawmakers? Because also, this also creates a loophole that makes Kanu and his brother Fine Boy to always present themselves as the face of this movement. So I think if there is something like that, if there is a direct connection between IPOB leadership and the governors, the politicians, I don't think the Kanu siblings, like the Mazi and the Kanu siblings, will be presenting themselves as the leadership of IPOB. And number two that I have to ask is the leadership aware? Is the leadership aware also that Kanu and his brother, that is always presenting themselves as the leadership of IPOB in face of the governors, are they aware that they, using the small letter writing IPOB, are they aware that they are referring that they have established IPOB within IPOB? This is the two questions I have to ask.
Thank you very much. Do you want to stay on the line? Because the first question you asked, I know that question was directed to Mazi Isayuba, but I would have loved to also give you a response before he come in. The recent visit of Tinubu to Enugu was not publicized. And I didn't see the publicity online or anywhere. So I think it was a coded journey that he went to Enugu. So I don't think the leadership was even aware that such inauguration was going on. Mazi Isayuba, do you have any input in that regard?
Like you rightly said, I only heard about the president going to Enugu after he has even left. So nobody knew that he was coming there, except probably those that he failed, that came out in the open and exposed themselves. Now, looking at what he asked already, and this is why we need to explain some certain things on media so that our people will understand the difference between siblings and the structure of IPOB, because our people need to face the reality. Now, this is where we are getting it wrong. And it can never come out and blame the leadership of IPOB or any national coordinator for you leaving the structure that is that is established to guide the movement and following an individual because he is connected to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because he says he's a brother to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It's completely wrong, and nobody should blame the leadership for you making that particular decision. Now, if brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu comes to you to say that he is the face or he's the brother to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, yeah, you are brother to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, so what about it? The prime minister of this country, they have brother, they have siblings. What's his name? Trump has brothers and siblings. Joe Biden has brothers and siblings. Do you hear about them? Do you hear them leading any kind of diplomatic move anywhere? Why is our people always,
will leave the thing that is facing them and always be misleaded. That's how this guy, this criminal, this Fulani boy, came in a clone. The same thing that happens to Nigerian state, they did the same thing and it worked perfectly. This guy came and claimed everything. You start following him, start contributing. Today, he has been arrested. Had it been that IPOB leadership did not manage to separate this guy, had it been this guy were allowed to broadcast on Radio Biafra, which he said, Chike Dozem was in the meeting face to face, asking, he said that he came to take over Radio Biafra. If the Radio Biafra cannot be handed over to him, if it were to be some of you, you would have handed Radio Biafra to him, to somebody that you don't know, from the blue. A whole Radio Biafra that is for the people. One individual came from blue. You don't know where he came from. You don't know the village where he come from. You don't know his family. You don't know.
And the same siblings.
Nothing about it. You cannot trace about him.
And this same sibling also projected him to be given a slot.
Yeah, because their intention, like I said, as I was saying before the call came in, we don't know what the issue were. Because intention how we probably na ha chọrọ nwanne ha nwoke ma ọwụ na ha chọrọ, a greedy thing that do happens in the family, and the idiot thing that he can take over the IPOB. Because once Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, less than 2 or 3 days, this thing came out in the open. This guy went to Dr. Masanga's punchline this thing. He sat there very well, wearing suit, then wear his beret. He was confidentially talking when people like Mama Igochukwu Onyejiaka have died out of heart attack. When a lot of people have died out of heart attack for hearing that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. People were dying. You and I here could not have a sleep for a couple of months. Even till now, we haven't come out from the shock of what happened.
Many of us lost appetite for food.
For food, and this guy, we are comfortably sitting in Masanga's program, talking about his interests and what he wasn't showing any concern that one he wasn't. Nobody will be in their right mind. He will be bold enough to be talking the way that guy was talking. He doesn't show any remorse for whatsoever what happens to his own brother. You understand? When you know that now this man naturally. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu surviving it it's even by the grace of our ancestors that this man was able to made it alive somewhere in before the public now realize what happened. So you can see now when they see that this guy, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is a him and his movement is not somebody you can push over and take over the whole entire East, or they go possible. So they have to send the man. No, me handed directly to them. He sent the son 1 year pro the game. Weregana must go back now to tackle and
there was no clear written agreement to this pact that was reached. So it was just a verbal handshake.
Now all the explanations, Mazi Chinasa coming on air, giving clarity, explaining. Mazi Chika will explain. The leadership, the coordinators will come already explain. Our people refuse to listen to this genuine honest man. They were listening to the guy in Finland, which they projected. Somebody, Obasanjo himself, come out in the open and say that this guy is a lawyer, he's a retired military man. He's more dangerous to than Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. People actually say, Obasanjo, where did you know this guy? For how long do you know him? Where? How all of a sudden a whole former general we are talking about, who was in Biafra, who was involved in directly Biafra war. Obasanjo was involved directly Biafra war, and he's the one talking about the one in Finland that you don't know. All of a sudden, our people at other place laid the whole structure that was meant to guide this thing. They saw enemy laying siege on the leadership and the DOS.
Instead of our people to come to the rescue of this man, they run to a stranger. They use this guy, buy a lot of our youth. More than 10 to 15,000 of our people were destroyed. Houses were destroyed. I told them, I came out on social media, I told them that any day this guy got this fool any dog you will go blind and to do one you. Now, this guy now have devastated the Nigerian government. That's why you're seeing them recently coming out. Even the siblings now coming out openly again now, launching attack and the leadership. They got now because of the absence of this guy. Because they never want to condemn his activities. The guy was insulted their brother, said that he would never listen to anybody in the ESS. The guy will insult their brother's wife. The guy will insult their family. The guy will call their names and call every kinds of name. They will never condemn him.
They were even giving him information that he needed to find the leadership at the
Exactly.
They felt that the battle they couldn't fight on their own, that he's fighting it for them on their behalf to destroy the leadership of IPOB.
So exactly, Mazi. Now taking him away now unannounced for them is a devastating, situation that they don't know how to do it. That's why you see them recently now. You would have asked this question, Mazi. This recent confession now he made, when they have spent almost 3 years blackmailing the leadership that they are involved with the Igbo politicians, they are dodging into they are making money, they are doing this, they are doing that, they are in contact with the politicians. When they are the ones actually, the one who have been connecting with these politicians, betrayed the politician, or some of these Igbo governors. As this brother asked this question, they collected from these governors and betrayed them. Now, on behalf of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, now it's only now that we know, even when Mazi Chinasa will come on social media and Radio Biafra explaining this to our people, he himself that called now, did they ever believe it? Do they believe it? Now they're asking this question now because the siblings now came out in the open and they are now and explain how they have met with the side. Now, understand, Mazi. I want you to understand this now. They met the side had a walk with before the election of 2023. They did not meet him when the man was president. Understand this. Our people need to, understand this problem, how far they messed things up. Now, they met this guy, promised him that they should continue holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and they will make sure that the East did not get a lot of votes in the East. That is why the East did not participate. They will fail P2B. And that is why this guy was busy throughout his time with this criminal they caught in Finland now. That's why throughout his time, he was attacking P2B like no man's business. And
Absolutely. I wanted to mention that earlier, but I was waiting for the right time because we saw the kind of attack that the so-called autopilot were giving to P2B. They weren't attacking Tinubu the way they were attacking P2B.
To them, they didn't mention that Tinubu's name anywhere. These people, autopilots, and it was this Onyendu's siblings. They were the one directing giving those instructions to the buffoon himself and also autopilots. P2B were attacked in a way that I was asking. P2B now, this small boy in Finland, they were in common. This thing did like this. To the extent, the time of election, this guy were attacking the electoral campaign meetings, and they also placed a kind of 2 weeks lockdown in the whole 5 states, so that there will be no single vote that will come for P2B from the East. If at all, they will have to support P2B. So it was orchestrated, and this siblings never condemns that. While he was busy collecting money from side, then the buffoon was also locking down on P2B so that there will be no thing coming from P2B. So they played them. This is the thing I was telling you, that this man played the best, I don't know. He played the most sophisticated politics you can ever think of. And he won, he benefited, he won it. He won it.
I think that my face is blurred again. I'll be going out while you continue. I'll go out and I'll try to log.
Okay. So this guy, they did this thing, P2B were blocked. Isn't it ironic? I have to say this here. So because our people are not what anything. Isn't it ironic that P2B mgbe parents emere funeral parents onye ndu, P2B went one of the Eastern politicians who went for that funeral in honor. He went in honor, despite the situation that surrounds the sudden departure of Onyendu's parents. But he went and commemorated with them. Then, Oruzie, the time that these guys would have stayed away from all this nonsense here, or politics here that would affect their own brother. Now, they went and supported this guy. One side.
Yeah, Mazi Isaiah, what he's asking is, does the Directorate of State have direct communication with the Eastern governor?
Mazi, I am trying to explain that to you.
Okay.
Some of them, they. I don't say that the leadership have direct communication, but the leadership have a way to pass a message if they want to get a message to get to them, which Mazi Chinasa have explained a lot of those things. There are some certain things the leadership find out about the activities of Omunonyendu, which actually jeopardize the what would have been in the favor of the movement, as the case may be. These people were defrauded by these siblings of Onyendu, and as I said, imagine P2B contesting election 2023, and these boys got to Nwa Enyima side, gave me a side, in order to disrupt election that will favor P2B in the east and allow the other person to win. Mazi, do you understand the game here? And
so
now,
the question I want to ask is, how do they know that Tinubu will become the president of Nigeria after the election? What gave them that assurance? To have struck a deal, believing that when he become president, that he will free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What gave them that?
Mazi, listen. I am judging these guys based on their presentation, their confession last. On their confession, I don't think their interest was to free one Nehemoke. I don't think that is why he failed. They don't think no he had it. These people played them, used that as an bargain to get them to disrupt the activities of P2B's campaign within the East. Which, now I would say, no wonder one Nanyuko never won the mention anything or uttered any word regarding what is happening to IPOB because of what the betrayal of the siblings. Like you rightly asking question, what gave them the assurance that now this man got what gave them the assurance that this man got is disturbing the East so that there won't be proper coordination of election that will vote that will give winning to P2B. Do you understand? Which is a pure betrayal. They're supposed not to be involved in that. Now the question is, why do they come now to confess? When IPOB leadership is trying to, get the politicians of the East to, to be careful, to play politics of, race interest, the interest, the politics that is for the interest of our people. While these guys were going to side, making a deal, do you think that the politician doesn't know that this guy was striking a deal with the side? Do you think that the politicians, the Eastern politicians, doesn't know? They know. Harm everything. They know. And that's why you see, sometimes you say, maybe all him will have a bank. Now, if you look at now, this guy being somebody that is close to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is aware of what they are doing. Now, do you get the point? That is him they believe who he were some of the politicians are, and they make some of our people we are attacking our politicians unnecessarily when it's not necessary. When they are these ones that are the ones betraying our people, going to the Onya Famano bribe. So only Amazi, we don't want to say something. Can I help you put something like enemy a kind of ammunition to show our people? There's a lot of things I don't even want to mention here.
I think he has been able to respond to your call that the Directorate of State have their source of communicating with the governors of the Eastern region when there is need for such communication. Thank you very much for the call. I will give you an abundant time. Mazi Izayoba, it is my pleasure to have you in this program because, and I believe that a lot of our people are following. We've been able to take 3 calls or more, which is very, very interesting. And I believe we've also been able to attend to so many questions that needed some answers. I don't know what message you have for our people in closing. We're already in 2025. This is January, yes.
Yeah, just a quick one before you go in there. There's somebody was asking a question here. Why? My question goes to this. Why hasn't P2B never go to see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? First of all, you have to understand. They can put before. P2B, I'm not defending P2B here. Understand this, please. I'm not defending him. But Mazi P2B went to the funeral of Parents Onyendu. He was there present. He's one of the Eastern politicians that were present there. Not all of them that went, but him and Aparibe and few others were physically there. That is commemoration. That is regard. She showed that regard. Now, looking at the confession, because he gave him our people should understand that now, this is siblings gave me a side. Now, Azuya bribe, the election has not been conducted here in 2023. Understand that. So this thing happened before the election. So now you are playing your allegiance and support to Tinubu. How do you know that Tinubu is going to win the election? Like you rightly asked this question a moment ago. How do they know that no one will win? So you neglected your own. In an open. When say Abraham Olili Mamagi na but Peter Obi there. Them even self dabbling into such a thing. Knowing that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been discharged and acquitted, Mazi, there is something that is not right. Our people need to get it correctly. Something is wrong. What they did is wrong.
Mazi, if there were going to be any form of negotiation before the election, believing that, okay, they do not believe in the court process. Let us accept that on their part, that they do not believe in the court process. Why not balance the equation by meeting all the presidential candidates and putting this issue before all of them? Mazi, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Since they have ruled out the court process and they believe that whoever will be the president would, definitely free Mazi Nnamdi. Why didn't they meet all the presidential candidates and do it in a transparent manner? Why was it done in secrecy?
Mazi, that is the whole thing. That is the whole mess now. How I know when have cause for this whole shenanigans that is going on. Now, instead of them, Nechichekem, immobilize all the since they want to be engaging with politicians. I gotta how many engage much more with our own politicians more, engage them more, and then wait for what will be the outcome of the other second party.
No, what
But
my own position is, why didn't they go round to put up this negotiation with all the presidential candidates, including Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Kwakwanso, and possibly to negotiate with all of them? What gave them the certainty? What gave them the assurance that Tinubu was going to... Yes.
Mazi, I must tell you, the interest of these guys is to destroy IPOB. They were working very hard to disconnect Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from IPOB. That was the whole thing. If you look at the activities, if you look at what they have done, if you look at how they push Mazi, the barrister out, push son of Zekome, and they say promise that they will bring their own son in order to get our people to believe in them. And they blackmail that IPOB leadership doesn't want their brother to be released. And while their in-law was saying that their brother is more secured in DSS than to be at the hands of DOS and the Chikedosim, you can see the evil that these people, they have never condemned the buffoon, blackmailing their brother. The lawyer were also trying to link the activities of the buffoon even to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You can now see that all the whole mess, the mess they cause is something that no politician want to come near to them, knowing this behavior of betrayal of all angles. They cannot go to them because they have messed everywhere. They have messed everywhere. This is what Mazi Chinasa Mori have come out in the open and been complaining, but our people refuse to listen and support the leadership when they were, trying to exonerate themselves from the whole mess that they put our people and also the leader himself. It's unfortunate that this guy decided to come at this time to make this confession. Would any of you have believed that this is what they are doing? Nobody believe it. Nobody. It's only now. And the question I'm now doing, why this confession now? Why this confession they are doing now? Why do they decided to make it public? Isn't it to cause more disaffection and confusion in the whole East? Isn't it? Now it's up to our people now to know what they want. Whether they want IPOB to be destroyed, whether they want this Biafra this movement to continue. And now the truth for me have been made open. Now they have seen the people who meant well for them, and the people now need to fall back to the struggle and to the structure of this movement and protect it, as them Baswike Amechi said, and the other father said as well. So they said that IPOB must be protected. This is the only thing Ndigo has. That, as I said, our politicians that could have come on the arena of the politics with their own, they went there on their own. The same siblings, they went to Kenya without IPOB. Do they want the matter? The case there, the answer is no. They went to UK without IPOB. Do they want the matter there? The case there, the answer is no. They went to SAI and Tinubu on their own without IPOB. Do they want it? The answer is no. Now, what do you expect the leadership to do in this kind of thing? When you were following them, and water today, if IPOB have allowed this guy to make use of Radio Biafra and Biafran television, they would have shut it down today with evidence they have with that guy. There would have been complete. It's just that IPOB leadership should be, given a credit where they have done well. That IPOB protected our land. Our land would have been ravaged by today. More has made a shot IPOB and the radio down with the activities they wanted to link. Even foreigners, even the so-called, they were all supporting this guy to be doing what he's doing, thinking that at the long run, IPOB will be linked to his activities, and they will use that activities and his terrorism to shut IPOB down, because everything gears to shut IPOB down. The whole thing, that is exactly what SAI did. Just use this guy, make sure that the East is unstable, so that their father will be declared winner. And that is exactly what happened. And now, both connection now, he caught even Asale Dokobo, talk less of them. Who is he? Who is the man in Germany that Tinubu will pay attention to him? The son played the politics. There is the son, not even the man himself. The son played the politics. Use him against IPOB and the man Nnamdi Kanu. Because what happens to P2B would have not happened, regardless how P2B was our own brother, is our own son. Protect. Like I said, he was in the funeral. He was there.
Mazi, despite the fact that some enemies of Ndigbo and some enemies of IPOB were even calling P2B an IPOB member.
Exactly.
How do you now play such a game? Let us say, for example, by nature and by ordinance, P2B is an indigenous person of Biafra. How would you now, what make you believe that Tinubu will have more of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu interest than P2B if eventually the two of them were opportune to, if P2B were opportune to be the president, if he had won the election? What made you believe that Tinubu would have had more interest of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu more than P2B?
Mazi, this is $1 million question. Like I said, I am a P2B, but no one man okay. In a situation like this, that is that playing a politics of emotion and the sentiment. That is what our people played. Do you understand? But in IPOB don't play that kind of game of emotion. That's why we say.
Listen. When I ask my questions, yes, my questions are tactical. Do you think that?
Yes, I know.
Yes. Do you think that their support for Tinubu was based on emotion, or there was a financial transaction behind it? Because these are two different things, which you mentioned earlier, by the way.
Mazi, these people knew, this society knew that these guys were not real. And so I know that he can use them to infiltrate and cause some kind of disaffection within the movement, knowing that these people are connected to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Like you rightly said. Now, I'm going to talk you water here, because we know where we are criticizing P2B as our own brother, and it's within our right to criticize him. But when it comes to things like this, IPOB played a smart game. Say, our people, go there and make your choice, so that it won't be a reason the enemy will use to attack or destroy Igbo land. That IPOB stop P2B, their own brother, from going up there.
Or create disaffection among our people if eventually P2B loses, where they will not say IPOB's decision that gave P2B the disadvantage. Yes.
Exactly, Mazi. This is where that's why we are here trying to explain all these things. You understand? That's why we are here trying to explain it. We criticize P2B as our own brother, as we criticize some of our politicians who are not representing us well, and this is what we are doing here to explain our people. Now, you going out there to play this type of dating game, as you rightly ask, what makes you think, or do you think, na support Onya? Ịma na onye a wee ezigbote enemy. Onye ndu criticize gokwa onye a in the past. Rukwu n'obi na onye ndu onwekwala mgbe o criticize onye a. And onye ịba n'ọchịchị nwekwara ike ọ wụrụ opportunity nyanwe iji megwuru ihe aha ifil na-eme ihe ana. So Now you are lying with him. Enemy doesn't easily forget. Enemy Ghana he easily can forget like that. So the best thing that your safe distance game. Now, no matter how they sees it, for the IPOB to play that our people should go there and do what is right for them. For me, even now, people say IPOB a good respect because they did what is right. And our people, why IPOB still remain in Igbo land today or in the whole East today is because of that intelligent move. Because that would have set the whole entire East on fire. Had it been that IPOB did not step back and allow this thing to work naturally, even P2B Banyadia, we can face P2B as our own brother, as a president. I say, look, guy, either you call us and you're bomb tanka baby aswanya na kaima na ogun wa nwanna anyị nwoke n'egbe for the fact na ka nobody there. So that would have somehow make sense. But these morons decided to go and be negotiating before the time. Among Monya Grant to do it that way. I don't know. Only them knows. And now they come out to now that you're saying it to the public now. Why are you saying it? What do you want the public to do? Are you saying it now? Basically now
Mazi, were they expecting that IPOB would jump on the bandwagon of that and out?
Now, and when this guy have seen IPOB,
Mazi, you know why I said so? Because we've seen scenarios where Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was they restricted his new legal team now from seeing him. And they come out and they were shouting that they have denied them access to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. By so doing, gingering IPOB to jump into that discussion, putting pressure, using IPOB to put pressure on the Nigerian government. And the moment they succeed, they will cease communication. They will cut IPOB off and sideline IPOB from now relating whatever information they are getting from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Does it mean that these people have continued to use IPOB for their own personal agenda without even we being conscious of some of these tactics that are being implied?
Now, the IPOB leadership knows all these things. IPOB leadership knows. But like I said, let me repeat it one more time, Mazi. The job, the whole contract, both the one in Finland was doing and the one that the siblings are doing, is to disconnect Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from IPOB. That is the whole the mission. Once you disconnect Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from IPOB, then go after IPOB leadership, the DOS. Once you can see the attack the DOS receive from even our own people. Now, once the DOS is down, then the coordinators will not have anywhere to hold hands on. That is the ultimate collapse of IPOB. And once that one happened, then Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's fate will hang in a balance. I don't know what will be the fate, but then that will be because now the strength of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which is IPOB, is down. The IPOB leadership is down, so the IPOB is no longer there. And the East, is there anyone speaking for them? The answer is no. That will be a complete confusion in the whole East. And then Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will have nobody talking to him. Now, had it been that these guys were not meddling into the whole thing and allowed the lawyers to stand on the discharge and acquitted of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that would have been a grave advantage to the whole situation of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. But hear me here. Now, somebody that have been discharged and acquitted, IPOB leadership is lobbying the leaders, the people that matters in this world, both the United Nations. Everybody have acknowledged that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been discharged and acquitted. And now, all of a sudden, what they played, which is a very clever one, which would be saying this before it even happened, disconnecting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from IPOB. Now, they went and get Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that he must stand trial when he has been discharged and acquitted. Do you get that? Now, you standing trial, that means your discharge acquitted winning case or one case is no longer it's like it's no longer valid because you have gone back to trial.
But you have accepted to continue a non-existent trial for that matter.
Exactly. Now, go
and
to
the I think that all these things, sorry to cut you short, is just to spike IPOB. So for them, anything they can do, because as far as the leadership has said, no, we can no longer continue, for them to spit on the face of IPOB, even if it endangers the life of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, as long as it is a spit on the face of IPOB, they have no problem with it. Even if that have consequences in the life of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu negative. Is that the point?
Mazi, even Mazi, in summary now, because we are summarizing. Now, even now, na Nigerian government, this communication, this president lawyer of communication with this guy in Finland, how they are aware of it, which Nyamwaji post to. He's the one that posted it himself. All fall out with the guy. He posted it where he was discussing how they wanted to disorganize the Peter Mbas government. Mazi, and only presented as the face of only defend the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Do you see how they played them? Do you see it? That's why the guy cannot openly say anything now. He can't say anything. He can't defend Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The guy no Okigbe. Now you went and posted out of frustration between you and your man. You posted on social media your conversation with him where you are saying you yourself water. Now what the guy is right on or hold on fire. Your conversation, you posted it is on internet. To be defending Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that have won the case, allegedly winning the case for him, a push on by the side. This type of record, where this type of record, one year he'd be defending Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with this. Mazi that something is wrong. So that is why that IPOB and the members of the public need to see a way to support the movement. Holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu does not mean that the movement has have collapsed. The structure is there, and even before now, he told you, in my absence, this is the structure that you need to follow that will guide this struggle. It doesn't matter who is there, but as long as that structure is there, it should be protected. People should follow it. And I have said this before. There was a time this country were without a government for almost 5 months. And all the parastatals were working as normal. The judiciary, everything were working. Nobody were breaking the rules. That Nnamdi Kanu does not mean, as long as the structure is still there and effective,
the institution.
And these people had been writing, this DOS had been writing to the government, informing them and updating them. There's been some kind of engagement that you don't see in the public. They don't come and make open in the public. So the honest, genuine people, the whole time of event now have proven that these people were innocent. They were meant good for you. And then these people who have been accusing them have been falling out now. Like I said, this guy had been arrested. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was not arrested here. But this guy had been arrested based on the fraud, and he committed, and also using even Islamic bank. That is why he was able to stay in the public for a very long time, because the bank he was not linked with European bank. So it took them time for them to investigate it and nailed him. You understand? And this is why this attack on Biafra land, on Igbo land, goes for a very long time. And they can see a little bit of sense of quietness now, a little bit, since he's absent. Now, you can see somehow, even though that the securities are dealing with some of these criminals now, but at least you can see a little bit of for now in the last 2 months now. So everything is there. And this guy coming also confessing that he met Sai, and then the agreement is an agreement. How does that, what else do you need to hear from the leadership that these people meant good for you? And they have been the one that engaging the public, engaging the lawyers. But one question I believe a lot of people were asking, why the leadership cannot remove the lawyer representing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. One thing they should understand is that the lawyers that is representing IPOB is still there, which is Mazi Ifeanyi Ejiofor. Is the lawyer for IPOB. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has the choice to allow the lawyer to continue in his case, or he said, okay, hands off for now. And if he asked him to hands off for now, IPOB did not sack Mazi Ejiofor from being the IPOB lawyer. But if they make suggestion to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, hold on, I will come back to you. They can't do otherwise because he's the one that is owing the, standing for the case. Mazi Nnamdi in this regard has the ultimate authority to appoint who will represent him in this case. That is why my Barrister Ejiofor can return at the moment until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu make the request for himself. So only representing here now with his choice.
Are there still possibilities, which I doubt, that Barrister Ejiofor will return to represent Mazi Nnamdi Kanu again if that request is made? Are there possibilities?
Mazi, I don't know.
It's not a question you can answer. There is a very important question I would have loved to ask you as regard to insecurity in Biafra land. But I think I have to keep that question for the deputy head of directorate, who will be in a more better position to give me answers to the issues of insecurity in Biafra land, which is going to hold on the 2nd of February on this platform on BTV Europe. And I want people to keep the date and join us on the 2nd of February 2025. Mazi Nzurumikem will be here live with us and the exact time will be given as we proceed. Mazi, I think we have to start winding down. We have exceeded the required time. And I think I have to let you go. But before I let you go, please give our people your parting shot.
Okay, thank you very much. And our viewers and our listeners, Biafrans and everyone at large, thank you very much for coming to listen to us. We have deliberated and we have also given you some kind of clarification of what is going on. What I will have to appeal to our people is not to play a selfish game that will affect the public or affect our race. It's very, very important. This is what we have been advising our politicians. If you don't know how to play politics, look at other of your counterparts. Let them not. When it happens here with Jonathan, they went to 19 northern governors went to Obama's White House. Go out there, get Obama, make sure they remove Obama. So when the Yoruba, Amotokun and the Igbo Hope were here, they protected Igbo Hope. Use way again, yeah. And now today they are the one now showing the profits of the very smart game macro. Our politicians now dump what they are on. Some of them they decide they may abandon IPOB, follow infiltrator AG double down from the struggle hand in here. They use this guy, pull out thousands, millions of Biafrans who will have been supporting IPOB, and they dump them. And that was how it was designed to work. If you don't want to go and monitor the whole thing, how it happened, they use this guy to drag you out from the reality and then place you where you are now, praying like the Christians now. You're nothing when he now. Some of very short time now, they will be tracing in the which is one of the names of the use Islamic Bank supporting terrorism, which is against the international community. Today, IPOB have survived those traps, and with this short time, a lot of things have revealed itself. We don't even, what we are just doing here is just a kind of but everything have come out in the open. Everything have been exposed. Time have exposed everything, which I always say, time is a great healer. Time is a great healer. Learn how to support your own. Always be your brother's keeper. Value what we have. As the same thing we are saying that we should value our heritage. Somebody cannot come and hoodwink you and make you to hate what belongs to you. What is your, and they will introduce their own as the superior. This thing is a history that has been happening, and it has been happening on even to get to our own generation, and they happen before our eyes. So all our here and here, Kanu near every single Biafran to be misleaded and to convince to be abandoning your own for another. And look at it today. The only thing that is remaining now is same IPOB and the leadership to tell you that something that is organic and genuine is you can't compare it. This is genuine.
And secondly, and also very important, that we are not in a hurry.
We're not in a hurry.
Yes, even if it's going to take no matter how long, but what is important is following the normal process. Because the world is built around process. You cannot jump the boat. If you jump the boat, you're going to sink.
Now, look at you see the end of it.
Yes, our people are so desperate that they are, because people are already in following due process. They believe in cutting short. So when they see anybody who is going to lead them through the Libya way, they will run and follow the person. But at the end of the day, if you do not drown or you do not sink in the desert, you are definitely going to drown in the ocean. And that is where they have found themselves, many of them today.
Exactly. Mazi, I want to use this opportunity to thank our people, those who are genuine and honest in whatever we are doing. As we all say, we are volunteers. That's why they couldn't put on IPOB leadership, because these are volunteers. They don't need anything from our people other than your moral support and also your your listening ear. Instruction. Any organization, any race that doesn't have a leader, even in animal world, in Serengeti, all animals, they have their leader. They have their leader, somebody that is leading them. They don't leave the one that is leading them or the group of lioness, and then they will follow hyenas. Or hyenas will be leading lion. It doesn't happen. Or hyenas will be led by a lion. No. Or the war dog will be led by other. You will see them again what they do in a or the bush dog. They always have the one that is leading them. And when can I happen?
And even within the animal kingdom as well, the moment you derail from the fold, you become vulnerable. You become vulnerable.
Exactly.
So this is what so many of our who derail and they become vulnerable. Today now, we've seen even the so-called government in exile that they form have divided into two.
Exactly. Why IPOB cannot hear? Why IPOB cannot hear? So it's terrible, Mazi. Yes. But we must continue. Once again, thank you very much for joining us this evening. We will come in from time to time. Mazi, don't forget that Mazi Chinas Samori is coming over the weekend to also throw more light into this. Because there is no way the leadership could have led any kind of confrontation with this type of mindset. It would have been a disaster. Just only 1 hour, everything will happen. Now. So we have to have that oneness, one mind, at least one mind, and one understanding, one instruction. Only from one central command, not to two, not three. So when how will I decide? So ka ọ hapụ ịwụ na that na ndị a na-aba again onwe ka anyị nwere. So IPOB wukwana ka enwere nwu na anaghị esi na ha were efe ha wetakwa unu look alike ọzọ tomorrow. You can imagine ndị na-asọpọt ụmụ ndị na-achọ ịga lead ịma attack na church. Ha nwaji ọnụ ha na confess our people, you guys may attack our people in the church just to blackmail IPOB, just to prove one stupid point. So, and they have seen it. So, like I said, we are all volunteers. We are not. You Mazi, I don't think anybody is giving you anything. It's your time, 3 hours spent here on a weekday. We are not talking Sunday or Monday. We are talking on a weekday that people are in work, and we devoted our time here just to make sure that this message of emancipation and songs of freedom gets to our people. And it's up to them. We have done our best. It's up to them also in return to also unify our land, and let's find a way to this freedom that we are looking for. Nobody is going to do it for us. No amount of prayer. You have seen that even have prayer department on Radio Biafra. Does that change anything? Does that stop for the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? It's to tell you that it is your actions that works. That is what is required.
In fact, when I look at the way that the role that religion have played, immediately Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was a rendition from Kenya. You understand that those who positioned infiltrators understood the mindset of our.
Yes.
You understand me? I remember when Nelly Ofwebu was shouting Elohim, so passionate. They try to bring in that religious side of it to be able to hold, because they know it's an instrument of bondage.
A lot of people even here said that Nelly is more closer to God. She's the one that God speaks to. From members. I know real for them. Infiltrators. So that will tell you the level of damage. Even the buffoon himself also used by that big Bible.
Yeah, even dressed like a pope. Even dressed like a pope.
Reverend fathers.
Dressed like
exactly. That tells you he understands the whole thing. He understands
and even his way of presentation with suit and tie, like a charismatic Pentecostal pastor, trying to portray that. Because this is man. I can tell you that it was a game well played. So the role of religion, the role of religion in the infiltration of IPOB is a book that have to be written, because the name of Elohim sounded so high that a lot of people, you know how many people that fell? Many people fell from Nelly of Webu because of that single word, Elohim.
Yeah. A lot of people, Mazi. A lot of people. It's a very sad situation. That's why when we say something here, we are not saying it to cajole, because if you talk about that Christianity, Mazi Patrick, Patrick, anybody that is reasonable knows where the people come from.
I grew up in a Christian home. I participated in charismatic movement, as you grow up and advance, you continue.
You understand the reality.
Yeah, you continue to look deeply. Do you know what? Because what happened was that religion was used to capture. They use it to capture young people when in their prime, and it's still happening today. And that is why you see a little child that is about 5 years, 6 years, holding Bible, doing mama, papa.
While the ones here we are going to school and focusing on what tomorrow will bring for them. Mazi, it is what it is. We will continue to inform and educate our people. Like I said, we are not here to bully anyone or to castigate our people. What we are telling them is, look at how things are being functioning here. Biafra, if I'm strong enough, if I don't know what to do in Biafran government, I will go and sweep office. I just want to see myself do that little thing that I love for my country, for my nation, when Biafra is restored. And not for them to pay me anything. And when behind the and when behind those things, but we want to show our people what is patriotism, and that is where you see it in IPOB. If you go to IPOB meeting, you will see how loyal our members are. Everybody wants to do small things that he is able to do without looking at anybody. People will be picking plates, people will be sweeping, people will be gathering. That tells you the patriotism, the way it is in their heart. Our people should understand this. That these are volunteers, these are men and women who are working here, who are being respected here, doctors here. But when they go to IPOB meeting, they bring themselves loyal, they will serve, they do everything, they put their money without request. Anywhere it is, they will just get involved because they are volunteers. That's why IPOB can never be defeated. No, this time, not tomorrow, not ever. So on this note, I want to also appreciate you, Mazi, to keep on the good work. And also our team, our national coordinator in Italy, Mazugo, is doing a very, very nice job. And kudos to him and also every members of IPOB. I want to use this opportunity as well to appreciate all IPOB European national coordinators, which I have said before. Let them remain very strong. I know it's not easy. It's a very terrible psychological war weighed on our people, which they've never seen before, which is the most dangerous war anybody can engage a race on, just a war of psychology. So they weighed it on our people, and I thank God that IPOB have managed to be battling it. Gradually, things are falling in place. Like I said, the Finnish government did not play a sentiment one. To understand that this guy has stepped over the board, and not even against his own people, he also stepped on their own toe. And they didn't want to take it now. They didn't want to have that rubbish. You can do that nonsense in your country. You can do that nonsense in your continent. You can do that nonsense in your village. But being in our soil, you insult your people, and then you come here to also mess our society up using our airspace. We are not going to tolerate that. That's why they nipped the guy straight away. And after that match is what you're seeing on the siblings now reacting. And what you're seeing on UCHM4 reacting, on what you're seeing now, Nigerian government all of a sudden. Now, like I said in conclusion, if IPOB is not getting it right, a whole chief army officer of Nigeria came out in the open and said that IPOB and its leadership are very clever and they know what they are doing. They don't want to dent their movement. So why would any of you not support the leadership? So far, with the war that IPOB have experienced in the last 3 years, a whole chief of staff. We are not talking about ordinary politicians. It's not even Eastern politicians. Those ones are not important. A whole chief of staff of Nigeria came out on a national TV. He said it. Give the credit to the IPOB leadership and the movement that they are very educated, they are very clever, they know how they are playing their international politics. And you people don't want to value it. It's up to you. If you don't value what you have, enemy, if you decided not to support this movement and don't value what you have as these volunteers of the leadership, then thank you very much, all of you, for listening. And again, Happy New Year to you all. Once again, remain safe anywhere you are, and always be your brother's keeper. Thank you very much.
It's always a pleasure having you. I know that at some point in the interaction, I kind of try to disrupt you to also put my point forward. It's part of the dialogue, and it's my pleasure. It's always a pleasure having you on BTV Europe, and we hope to see more of you in the future. Thank you very much for being part of this wonderful program. And I say good night, brothers and sisters all over the world. I want to say thank you and have a wonderful evening. Thanks, and God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mazi. Thank you.
Ego will never be human being, mad. Ego will come here. To kill somebody is very difficult for us. So to ask the gathering of people who please with guns and bullets and weapons will be very, very difficult for you to digest. But without it, our water will overrun us. They have succeeded in planting a culture in Imo State. One big, massive problem we have. The same thing that happened in Akwa Ibom. If they succeed in triangulating, because in life everything is in triangle, if they get away, if they take water for that of them, as a people, completely gone as a race. You will come back home, you know the way to your father's compound, because they are coming. Program is everywhere in Biafra. They will overrun us in a matter of minutes. And the world will not talk about it. Because mankind is afraid of Biafra. They believe that Biafra, after Biafra comes, the world will come to an end. Ask any white man to tell you. They believe that Biafra is the last miracle. Once it comes, life will come to an end as we know it. They will know that they are wrong. We know that this very promise that was made to us a long time ago, only if we go back to the Most High, we will realize our potential must be seen in our lifetime. We have the potential in this room to do it. Only if we can rise up to that very challenge. That is why the same way that Israel stood against every God is how Biafra is going to stand. Not just as a pinnacle, it is about the ability of the people who are downtrodden, people who we are pressed down for very long, but as a willing testimony to the kindness and the goodness of the Most High Biafra. I thank you all very much for listening, and I do hope in time to come that you bring yourselves to appreciate what Biafra is. Thank you very much.
Maybe I didn't understand. What exactly is the objective of your movement, number one? You made mention of the 22nd of this month.
Yes.
What will happen? I didn't get to hear exactly what it is to get the 22nd of this month. And then the third one is that you made mention of we need arms and stuff around.
Yes.
So I really need to understand these three things.
Okay.
Please, thank you.
Let me start from the last one, please. From what the person of God asked. On Sunday, the 30th of August, our people came out from evangelize, to preach to others about the need for us to get Biafra. And on the orders of Buhari, they were shot dead. And you will know that P2B in 2005, 2006 ordered the army to do something at the same number when members of the matter were shot to pieces. Because they felt that you can kill them. People don't care. It is a matter of fact. We don't care about each other. That is true. We may gather once in a while to eat, to party, and to drink. But when our people die, nobody cares about them. Nobody talks about them. Now, from that, we now know that the best way to defend yourself is to be armed. Because Boko Haram is everywhere in the zoo, police in the zoo, army in the zoo, navy. The zoo, by the way, is Nigeria. So because it is a zoo, it is full of wild animals. Only those who are not sensible will understand that there is no name like Nigeria before the white man came. I don't even want to call you nigger. Then I'll call you nigger. Because when you say I'm a Nigerian, it means you're a nigger from a nigger area. That's the meaning of it. Niger is English word for nigger. In Latin, it is nigger. In France, it is called Niger. It means something. And I can't be a nigger. I come from Biafra. That's what I'm British. That's number one. So we need guns and we need bullets. And those of you in America will give it to us. Very, very important. And also, on the 22nd of this month, something will happen. It's called the blood moon. Most of you don't know that in 1967, before the war started, there was a blood moon as well. Are you aware of that? It comes once in a while. There was blood moon in 67. There will be blood moon this year, because after this year we are going to be free no matter what happens. Because if we don't get Biafra, everybody will have to die. Simple as that. I will not judge you. I came from back home for this convention. I stay in Biafra land. I don't stay in London anymore. I stay in Biafra land. I don't want people to underestimate what we are fighting and the type of adversaries that we're facing. Very, very critical. All the World Congress was set up to ensure that all these senseless extrajudicial killings of our people should stop. Is that correct? Is that not correct? Is it continuing or not? They are still killing us. They are deporting us from Lagos, burning our shops all over the place. Our people being rendered useless and homeless. No appointment from Buhari. The oil and gas comes from our land.
But after a while, I think more or less, well, this is what you have to do. If you don't do it, then what comes after it? My question to you now is that, have you ever thought about
the text of what we're trying to incite. And number two, you know the society where we're in. Where do we go from there? I understand we have concern. Is it possible for the concern to be addressed objectively? We can always reach wherever we want to go.
I'm sorry, your name, please.
Sure. Thank you very much. As long as you're a Biafran, you have my love and you have my respect. I will honor you anytime, any day. If you stand in front of me and say you're a Nigerian, you have something else coming. I will never respect you because it means you're not sensible. So, these are about the implications we are dead already. The thing that is down this year, no for. If you want to live in humiliation, fine for the person. As for me, death is better than living in humiliation. Thank you.
My name is Chief Sorry. I'm the walk for me. I name is walk for me. One of our happiness. As a matter of fact, I really thank you. I really thank you for joining us because it's not because we have a limited time. I have like one of questions to ask you, but I'm going to ask you questions. Someone has just mentioned about people who die as a result of this cause. What kind of benefit? And you answer it. A lot of us are here and we wanted us to give you the support. And you mentioned guns, you mentioned arms and ammunition. And I also understand that if we make ourselves really open, let's assume we're in Nigeria, you understand the type of cost it is. And that is crazy. One question is, if I go to Nigeria and I've already identified and made myself known, and everybody knows, I'm not denying the fact that I'm not a Biafra, and I get arrested to face treason, what are the modalities you put in place, at least, to save my life? What kind of security do you have on that? Secondly, you talk about being recognized by 88 countries. And at the same time, you wanted us to support you with guns and arms and ammunition. I have seen a whole lot of wars, both in media and somewhere else. When people are fighting or when people are getting ready to fight, they have some international backing. What kind of international backing do you have? What kind of international backing do you have for you as a person at Biafra to achieve this goal? Or do we just have only the recognition without the backing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. On your very first question, what happens if you go home to agitate? What I can say to you is that you can never, ever be arrested. Never. Because what you're fighting for, what we are fighting for, is a universally recognized way of setting people free. I'm sure that some of you here are very conversant with the declarations on the rights of indigenous people. Is that correct? That allows us to go and fight for Biafra. That's exactly what we are doing. Of which the zoo called Nigeria is a signatory to it via the AU. So that solves that problem. Secondly, in terms of the war supporting us, it doesn't matter if you give us the guns we need or not. We are going to fight anyway. Because also won't let go. They need your oil, they need your gas. They are magic. They don't do anything. They don't do anything in their life. It's only what you depend on oil and gas. So it is either you live as a slave or you fight to be free. The choice is yours. We've chosen to fight to be free than to live as slaves.
I want to reiterate and say again that I don't know how to quantify the fact that I'm here today for this convention, and I've enjoyed interactive discussion of Christoph until now. I'm telling you, I don't know questions were asked, questions have been put in place. In fact, the last question was asked by my brother over there. And I saw majority of people saying, well, he cannot tell us how he's going to integrate 70 people if it is going to be in place. So I'm saying, I don't understand. You have given a mandate, you have given a date, and you say it's do or die. So, I don't know.
You're not going to die.
Because I know that America would have not been like this today if Martin Luther did not stand his ground and go to war and fight for, peace. And that's why people like me is here today to enjoy. But I want to ask you all that, how can we, at this interim time, go into this, I don't know. It's like, it's like we're talking like Naga war. My heart is just like this. So what is going on?
Okay. The fact of the matter is that we have to speak the truth. It may not sound very palatable, but as our brother Dr. George Verisi spoke earlier about truthfulness and honesty.
People want them to let me again thank you for the effort you are making on behalf of all of us Igbos and thank you for the opportunity. And I have a reflection to that because after a while we're gonna start thinking. I don't want to deal with to accept the fact that the changes in them will make us different. Neighborhood, continue down our margin. As we stand here today, there are at least 7 states that are predominantly Igbo. And in the context of Nigeria, none of them have reported to us that they never attended federal language. And as I see, even you and I here, we have not agitated in the state we come from to make things better for our people. And we are going to the state. Chief O'Neill, when he was Speaker of the House in the United States, said all politics are what? Local. When we say Igbo states, Igbo people are doing extraordinarily well, and they will even do better if they stay on their own. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is about that if we separate, we become great. Let us use the latest country created by the United Nations called South Sudan. At the inception of this very small country, which is very large, it was all about excitement. But now people are what? The issue is not whether we answer Biafra or Nigeria. The issue is what are we doing for ourselves on this. And I know you say you live back home and you came here. And I don't know what passport you traveled with. Because I know on the international level, unless the rule has changed, there is no country known in the United Nations as one. Biafra. You must have come here through a recognized nation passport, or you may have smuggled in. So my brother, my question to you is, before we start talking about what the Hausas are doing to us, have we talked about what we're doing to clean our house? Thank you very much.
Everybody jump to conclusion. The leadership have sold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Nobody asked, where is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Where is he in Kenya? Are you people aware? Even when the leadership try to tell this story, what they don't know, most of you do not want to listen. And it is that rendition that has brought us to this stage. Since the rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, do you know how many people that have lost their lives? Do you know? Many people do not know. Instead, they are being engineered internally to destroy IPO. Most of you who fall victims, without leadership, you can't know where this struggle is going. Without the IPOB leadership. Most of you thought when Eperima, all the group that came, most of you ignorantly, even if we try to explain to you people, only those who understood knows what happened in the struggle. Most of you were funding him. Most of you, the money, the dues for IPOB families, some of you send it to the criminals and said, instead you will give it to IPOB leadership. You better send it to Eperima. Some of you also use it as an excuse and squandered IPOB fund, claiming that you have sent it to Eperima. Many of you. And what happens to this struggle for the past 4 years was engineered internally in IPOB. It was engineered internally. The Nigerian government does their own, and they kept others working for them inside IPOB. And these people surround Mazi Nnamdi Kanu very closely. And everything that has been happening for the past 4 years, today I have come to conclusion that nobody can convince me that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu do not know certain things. Maybe because they continue to lie for him. They continue to say things. IPOB fought for 3 years trying to exonerate that the leadership do not know what happened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I came on air on different occasions. Everything Eperima and the lawyers did, it is a calculated attempt. It's not by coincidence. Everything the autopilot, the Eperima did against this struggle, it was a well-calculated agenda. Not only Eperima, the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is very strongly part of this plot. For 3 years, we are fighting in and out to keep this struggle going. Because some of us know what was happening. And the same people will turn around to accuse you. The same people, as they are working against the leadership of IPOB to destroy IPOB, they are also setting blackmails against the leadership of IPOB. That is how they continue to blackmail the wife of the leader until they took them to a shrine for them to come and swear. It's because we didn't go that length. The Biafran struggle is not making headway as we expect because some people have turned the struggle to, they have merchandised the struggle. That's why I'm asking everybody, ask yourself for the complete how many years you are in this struggle. Are we moving forward? IPOB leadership for 4 years used to write letters sent to government bodies. Some of them do respond to IPOB, but we don't get the letters. Some of them do make contact, we don't get the letters. At a point, we are being embarrassed that we are running a scam. We have an office. You don't hide things. They said you have an office. You are a very big organization. You are a very big movement. The status of your office. You don't think the world is not watching. It looks like a calm place. An IPO dictate with embarrassment and all these things, we try to correct certain things. But when we are trying to correct those things, people who's supposed to know that what the leadership is doing is trying to correct certain things that might not have, we got it better before now. People are sent to launch attacks on the leadership. People are sent. People are giving money. People are being promised. Go out, attack Tina Sawol, attack Chike Doziem, destroy. I want their credibility to be destroyed because they want to take leadership position from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Many of you do not know this. Some people for at least 12 years never lost any negative idea towards the leadership of this movement. I am just one of the people Trinidad is just using to make sure we keep this trouble. The people will go. Because all you have heard this couple of weeks ago, all these things, some of people are talking. It's not that we don't see them. We see them, but we know where all is coming from. The people go to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu when the IPOB leadership make a move. We try to open offices, to expand our diplomatic wings, to expand in communications with organizations, communities, and be able to present the Biafran agenda. Some people see it as a threat. They said it translates it that we want to take leadership position from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And the people are being commissioned to launch attack on IPOB leadership. Go out there. I want you 24 hours talk about Tina Saworu. Tina Saworu, he did this. Tina Saworu, do you understand me? And I want to ask some people, because these are the questions every Biafran understands. The Biafra struggle, it is all of us. All of us came voluntarily when we hear the voice of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Every one of us. In as much as all of us came voluntarily, there are also people who have their own agenda. They came voluntarily also. But when they come in, they have their own agenda. Others might not have. Others might develop their own agenda along the way. Others may find out a way they want to when they look at it. Because as others might have learned also something inside the struggle. Along the line. We all came voluntarily. Every one of us is a stakeholder in the Biafran struggle. The reasons we have put money, we have put our life. People have died in this struggle. People are in exile. Presently, July 14th, this month, make me 11 days in exile. I've not seen my parents more than a decade. There are people there with their parents. This is our own sacrifice and the things we are going through. There are people that can still go to Nigeria codedly. Some of us cannot go in any means. Sacrifice. And people will look at all this sacrifice. Some of us, their wives have divorced them because of Biafra struggle. Some of our men in the prison, their wives have left them because of Biafra struggle. Some of us has been restricted from traveling to places because of Biafra struggle. Some of us, we have exposed ourselves to the point that our families cannot move freely. When they drop their names, they are identified. And the one fool will come on social media, be talking rubbish that they do not know the sacrifice people have done for this struggle. Millions of Biafrans are stakeholders in this struggle. Millions. In a company that somebody owns 100% share, the moment people started investing in that company and he loses his share to 49%, the 51% can make a decision about anything happens in the company if they don't know. I believe in this struggle, nobody is employed unless few people. And we have come to a stage, everybody has to be very sensitive where we are in this struggle. I see people give references. Hey, remember Onyomio them. Remember Clifford Irania. And I want to make something very clear. Onyomio, Clifford Irania, they were in this struggle. We are talking about 7 years now. Or 8 years now. Because they left in 2017. They're supposed to know that when Onyomio and all these people were in this struggle, I feel that was the beginning of this struggle. When we are carrying flags, moving around the streets, and we are being killed. 7 years after, IPOB struggle is not the same way you look at it. The time of Onyomio and the Iranian. A lot of things have changed in this struggle. If it have never changed, use what has happened 3 years ago and ask yourself certain questions. That people were killed because of what? That they said they believe in the GOS. People were killed in Biafra land. Biafra land national coordinator was killed. Mazi, because of his stand for DOS. He was killed because they want to hijack Biafra land. If people don't know, the leadership knew. And we went extra mile and they confirmed all the people who carried out that operation. That is why we have a score to settle. These are comrades who have paid dearly. They fought, they go to prison, they go to anything. And one stupid person will come out, those who are entitled, and they start demonizing, talking about this struggle. And before this program, there are people, I will declare them an enemy of the Biafran struggle. If people don't know, after I have given an analysis of what I want to make this evening, I used to tell people something. I do not have problem with anybody. You can attack me, you can say something, but the moment you go to the level that will jeopardize the life of men, life of IPOB members, I will not take it lightly with you. I will never take it lightly. Because there are certain things people come on air to talk. People that are supposed to know. They intentionally, they have used these words on many occasions. A kind of, when people use this kind of language, I don't take it lightly. Because we are fighting Nigerian government from people who feel it is their entitlement will be they start to make unguarded statements for this struggle. We fought Eberima for how many years? The same time they arrested him, they have abandoned him. All of them have abandoned him. All the people who were sending him message, encouraging him, they have abandoned him. If you even see where they talk about him, you will have, you will marvel that these people who supported this man have turned 360 because he could not succeed to destroy the IPOB leadership. What they are doing is they are pushing the IPOB leadership so that some of us will, out of anger, we abandon the struggle. So that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will say, none of them will turn around and say, you people have betrayed. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in the detention. You abandoned the struggle. Day in, day out. And who can say Tina Samoru need him this? Tell who is that person that him and Chike doesn't have any issue? Or Tina Samoru? Tell me the person. Because I used to marvel at people who come to talk about Tina Samoru, talk about the leadership. Even before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was rendition. These are people you give your own hard-earned money, not IPOB money, to support them. I mean, far as 2018, 2019, 20, 21, 22. People that the amount of things you have done for them. But for us, we do it with a clear heart. But for them, we are their Mugu. Mugu because as they are playing on our intelligence, they are playing on another Biafran intelligence. They are playing another person. They are playing another person. They are playing another person. They are collecting all round. And these are the people who still come to social media and start to attack the movement. Why I am talking this thing is that because when they talk all these things, you see some of our coordinators, we start asking, what is happening? They say like this, they say. Because that is what they are in the struggle to do. I want all of you to look at, check the background of all the people who are doing what they are doing. They are the same people. When Eberima was in, they were the same people giving him the maximum support. They were on social media. They were giving maximum support. They gave him a maximum support. Look at all of them. Just look, everybody think. The same people. Then when they see Eberima was not in a better advantage, some of them withdrew back. Today, they see Eberima has been defeated. Some of them was underground doing some dirty jobs as long as money is coming in. Now today, they have arranged a new campaign that the leadership, Mazi Samoru and Mazi Chike want to take the leadership from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And that is what the new campaign. Many people that IPOB leadership is trying to open offices. Remember that some of them are not happy. They are not happy. They are not happy. For them, some of them said, what is the essence of opening all this office? These are people looking for freedom. And there are offices IPOB have opened even in some sensitive places that we refuse to make it open to the public because of the sensitivity of where they are being opened. Why I am saying these things is for you people to be focused. Because all you see is the same distraction. So that you can't ask even a pertinent question. I am asking Biafrans, is it this thing we are talking is what we are going to use to get Biafra? Is it this thing we are talking? Some of them, for past 4 years, what we hear is, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said this. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told me this. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told me this. And I ask